Well, good rising, everyone, and welcome back to Coffee Talk with Karen B. It is once again Moonday, May 22nd, 2023. How are y'all doing? Oh, is it cognac time? It might be cognac time for you, conspiracy music guru. Good to see you. How's everyone this fine day? We got people on Rockfin. Thank you for the tip, Valley Parks. She says, thank y'all for the healing energy I was gifted. Hi, Zach over there, Scott Hunter, and Ashley Knopp. Thanks for being over there on Rockfin. And I also have a Rumble stream going. Nobody chatting in Rumble yet, but hi to Rumble. And lots of people on YouTube as usual. Commercial sound and video first. Oh, what's up? Chris Shizpak, Papa Will, The Mandy Effect, Pete R, Alpine Endeavor, Lincoln Sharp, Sue Fanelli, Flatty915, El Paso, Texas. Good to see you. El Paso, that's right. You're the one who said you guys were being taken over. Is it getting any better? Is it getting any better in El Paso? Is it still bad? Is it getting worse? Oof. Spicy Sarah, Mellowdome, Joe Cool, Aisling717, hi Cammy, Carrie Musgrave, gotta get my coffee ready. Hi Carrie, Joe Cool, JJ Organics, what's up? Conspiracy Music Guru, Good Times for All, Occult Mosaic. Good to see you all here. Thank you for being here. First of all, let me just say that I apologize for not having the Flattoberfest sales going yet. I really am having a hard time getting this event going. But, you know, if it's worth doing, if it's a hard work, you know, maybe the payoff will be better in the end. So, anyway, I'm still having trouble getting things going on the website, but I will, as soon as possible, be having ticket sales up, you know, as soon as I can get that going for the event, which will be in Las Vegas, October 21st and 22nd of 2023 at a place called Sam's Town Hotel and Casino. So you can still plan for it, plan for that time, but I'm sorry I don't have tickets yet, but very soon, hopefully very soon, hopefully before the end of the week. If it takes longer than that, I don't know what I'm going to do. But anyway, hi Dave Messenger, good to see you. So, and I still will see Perth, West Australia, hey. I still will have the early bird sale, so don't worry. I know I'm not starting the sales anywhere near as early as I thought I would, but I will still give you that chance. But man, it's been like, you know, and this is kind of typical of how things go, right? It seems like everything's kind of working against me getting this thing going, but I'm gonna do it. I'm going to do it. It's happening. It's been a bit of a struggle, but man, that's how it goes, right? Yeah, everything happens for a reason. But listen, it's going to be a blast though. I just know it. I know it. Hi, Lincoln Sharp from Bangkok. Karen B, would you do a stream with Stellium 7 about the great trees? Oh, Jesus. Why? I mean, they're not, it's not going to go well. I just have a feeling it's not going to go well. I mean, we can have that discussion if you guys want, but I know he keeps leaving me notes. I'll be happy to come on your channel and tell you about blah bitty blah. Bro, I don't, no offense, but I don't know what you think you're gonna tell me. I'm gonna tell you some stuff. How about that? Come to Colorado in June for Jam in the Plain. Oh, there you go. Fathead's Adventures in Homesteading. Hey. Okay, so Flattoberfest, Las Vegas, October 21st and 22nd, 2023. It is happening, but there are other meetups going on around different places, and just like Fathead said, there's Jam in the Plain. It's still, the information's up on the website still, under Flat Earth Friendly Meetups. So there you go. Near Colorado Springs, Colorado. And first of all, and here's the problem too, like, I don't even necessarily agree that there were trees of that size in the first place. See, there's a lot of things that I don't agree with, that probably a lot of you don't agree with. You know, but I can't say I agree with something if I don't. I can't say I believe something if I don't. And I don't really want to believe stuff because, you know, and I've said this many times before, I don't want to believe anybody's stories anymore. And I don't necessarily think that mountains are tree stumps, okay? I don't think there's really anything to support that other than a visual resemblance, and, you know, that's pretty much it. And oh, they mentioned it a couple times, you know, and even the times that they reference where these supposed giant trees were even mentioned, like the one in the Bible that's in scripture it happens in a dream. It's Nebuchadnezzar's dream. So it's not even recalling like an actual, it's not supposed to be recalling a historical event in the context of scripture, right? So it's something that happens in a dream. And then other people talk about, well, Enoch, in Enoch it says that the Nephilim, they said to cut down all the trees so the Nephilim couldn't climb them and save themselves from the flood. Well, I don't know about that either. That's, you know, some people think Enoch should have been included. Some people didn't, but it's technically not included. And, you know, I don't know that I necessarily agree with stuff that's even said in that, you know, like you can't, just because something is old doesn't make it true, I guess, is where I'm at with that. If you truly want to hear your own opinion, look in a mirror. Are there any Globe meetups? I'm not ignoring anybody, but, you know, like a lot of those people who are into that stuff, like they don't want to hear opposing opinions. They want you to agree that, oh yeah, that's got to be a giant tree. I'm sorry, I just don't agree, because I'm looking at it from a bigger picture. I just don't think that explains the world around us. You know, there's too much in question to support a giant tree, you know, I just don't see the evidence of that happening, of that size. I mean, we're talking like miles high trees, you know. I'm sorry, I just don't think so. But, you know, there could have been larger trees than what we have seen today. You know, I wouldn't disagree there. That's possible. But when you're talking about things that are like Titan size, Or like, I just, that starts to sound a little bit too like fantasy to me. I mean, you got to be careful there. I mean, I have no problem. Like, the earth is flat all day long. It doesn't move. It's not a globe in space like they tell you, right? Like, I agree with that. And I agree with a lot of the stuff that they tell us as lies. But then you start going to the other extreme. You know what I'm saying? Like the other extreme where then everything becomes like a fantastical idea. You start imagining, I don't want to replace one fantasy for another. Like, I won't say that that's absolutely not possible, but I'm not going to jump to that conclusion very easily, without really, really scrutinizing that idea. And I feel like people don't scrutinize the things that they're saying enough, right? Like when that guy, everybody shares that guy's channel where he's in Colorado and he tells you that every rock there is a chunk of a tree. I just don't think so. Quartz is not sap, okay? They're two completely different things. Even Ben called in last Monday and he talked about how they're like, even alchemically, what makes sap, like sap that hardened sap that turns into amber, which is an amorphous material. It's not like a crystalline structure. It doesn't have a organized crystalline lattice structure at a microscopic scale, right? Like it's almost similar to glass, right? But quartz, no, that's not what quartz is. And, so one thing just doesn't turn into another. It's either going to be quartz, which is made up mostly of what? Silica, right? You got to look at these. You just got to look at the different materials and the properties of the materials, because that's a big hint, how these things work. What properties do they have? How do they form? We know how crystals form, right? They grow. Anyway, judgment is coming. It may or may not be a true 5 times 1,000. The only thing that had me considering or thinking about it was the rings inside trees, for age was extremely similar to mountains, looking like stumps with rings the same as the tree. But see, crystals grow radially too. And they don't all have rings like a tree. Yeah. Stellium 7 has better research than most other channels. I like his approach. Like, I'm not saying anything bad about anybody. He's cool and everything, but I just strongly disagree when you say things like mica is wood or quartz is sap. You're just making shit up. That guy is making shit up. And people are like, oh yeah, it must be. Yeah, I believe it, because it looks like it. Well, a lot of things look like other things. It doesn't make it fucking so. Listen, it's like, and I can't stress this enough, and I don't know how I can get this point across. Everything in this realm is under the same influence, right? It's being driven by the same force. It's all of it adheres to the golden ratio in some way, shape, or form. There's the signature of the creator and the creation in just nearly everything. And so because of that, a lot of things end up making similar patterns, similar visual patterns, right? Like a person looks like a monkey, looks like a chimpanzee, right? We both have arms and legs and we can walk on 2 feet and eyes and a nose and a mouth, but are we chimpanzees? Did we really evolve from chimpanzees like the globalists want you to believe? Like, that's part of why they fool everybody, right? Is because they look like us. They're like, look how much they look like us. We had to have. We had to have evolved from them. Well, just because something looks that way doesn't mean that's what it is. I mean, seriously. The pattern in nature's in many things. Exactly. That's what I'm saying, man. So you can't just go, oh, this tree stump looks like this and that thing looks like a tree stump, you know, because it's like, I mean, think about it this way, like, especially, so when trees fall over, they don't just fall over like, you know, right? So something would have had to have cut it. Then you're, you know, you're having to, you're producing a situation where you have more questions than answers at that point, because then it's like, who cut it? What did they cut it with? Where's the evidence of all the machinery that they used to cut that with, or whoever it is, or the civilization that supported like a whole population of beings of that size and trees of that size, right? Like everything, literally everything would have had to be bigger back then, you know. And I'm not, and we're talking like, and not just a little bit bigger. You're talking like fucking giant, right? Giant. And that's where it becomes like a little bit, you know, like you're going too far in the other direction. Not that there weren't giants, like obviously there's lots of evidence and lots of historical texts and stuff that talk about there being giants and stuff like that, but they weren't, but not necessarily like, but I don't know. Titans, all mountains are trees except when they're melted buildings or petrified titans. Exactly! You see what I'm saying? That's what makes me not start to not believe any of it. Because then you have people saying, oh, all mountains are melted brick buildings. Okay, well, that one's like the dumbest one of all, right? Because then you're like, well, who built the brick buildings? Where did those people who built the brick buildings get the material to build the brick buildings if all the mountains and everything we see is melted brick buildings? What was here before melted brick buildings? You know what I'm saying? Like, that... do you understand? Like, you guys, when you guys start putting these preconceived ideas on stuff and you're looking for a confirmation bias, and then then you end up with more questions than answers, right? Oh, they're petrified titans, right? Like all of them, they're dinosaurs, oh, whatever. Like, can they just be mountains? Can they just be giant crystalline formations which actually make sense in the world? Or is that just not fun enough? Is it not fun enough? Do we have to have giant trees and giant people? Like, is that necessary? The Devil's Tower looks pretty stumpy though, right? But when you examine the material, there's nothing about it. That doesn't even have rings. Like other people were saying, well, some of the mountains look like they have rings, right? Devil's Tower doesn't have any rings. It's the hexagonal columns, the hexagonal basalt columns. And then when you look at the material, it's got like other pieces of crystal mixed up in it, and it just doesn't even look like petrified wood. It doesn't even have rings. The only thing that makes it look that way is because of the shape of it. But then if you look around at other basalt column, formations, they look all different kinds of ways. There's one picture going around right now where it's like basalt columns and they go radially, like in a ball, out from the center. But a radial crystal habit is a normal crystal habit, right? Should we look at it? Look at pictures? Here's the picture we were looking at before, right? See this? Radial. This is a normal way for crystals to grow out. So let's just see. Radial crystal growth images. Okay, so here you'll see different crystals. Wavelite. I have wavelite. Anything you see that is in the form of a ball, the botryoid, that's also called botryoidal, right, is growing radially. There's a crystal that grew radially. Ooh, look, it's a little virus. It's a COVID virus. But here's a wavelite that looks like an eyeball, right? So it grows out radially from the center. And there's a bunch of crystals that this is like a normal way for crystals to grow. You know what else is a grow? Oh, is that up here? Where did I put that? Is crystal growing out radially? Ah, here we go. This pyrite sun. Pyrite sun grows out radially, right? And it's flat. And this is just how it comes, how it forms on its own. Geology rocks, right? I mean, so when you're talking about things like this, for me, a lot of the stuff that people show, like I see something that could have formed on its own because of the way crystals form, just on a very giant scale, because the universe is fractal, right? So you can see crystals that are super, super tiny, right? I've got tiny little crystals that I found at the mine. They're tiny little crystals and they have little points on them. And then you can also find clusters that are huge. They're giant. They're so big you need machinery to lift them out and move them. That's called fractal. That's the fractality of crystals. They form the same way, big and small. And who's to say that a lot of these big crystalline formations, that's just not how the Earth formed. That's early Earth formation, giant crystalline formations. It makes sense. And you don't even need a fantasy story. You don't need any fantasy story to back it up. You don't need to show evidence of giants. You don't have to convince people that there's a giant petrified whatever there, which you're never going to prove it anyway, right? Because how would you? The melted brick buildings in the dirt. People sell trees. They made by God, but they claim the trees and then sell them. It's true. Yeah. I mean, it's kind of, but you know what though, Geo Shifter, I'll tell you where there's value in that. If you're buying a fruit tree, like fruit trees don't produce fruit until they're like X amount of years old, right? So if you want to have fruit trees on your land, but you don't want to wait from like growing it from a pit or a seed or whatever, which is going to add like what, 5 to 7 years, right? It takes. So then it's worth it to pay money to somebody who spent the time to grow that fruit tree to a young tree, a sapling where you could put it in the ground and then have it producing fruit for you quicker, right, than had you started it from seed yourself. So there is value to that a little bit if you're wanting to create, a sort of whatever you're doing on your property, right? I mean, you can do it all from yourself, from a seed, but that's going to take a long, 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 long time. My mind can't understand. Yeah, right though? Like, but I get it. Ancient irrigation systems or rivers. Yeah. Open the phone. Have you looked at Naga Cave in Thailand? It's crazy if it's real. Well, let's look at it. Okay, you're right. I forgot to open the phone. I'm sorry. Let me do that. I mean, we can have a discussion on it, but I mean, I've already said what I think about it, and I just feel like, what are we gonna do? I mean, we're just gonna disagree.
Welcome to the conference center. There is one party in the conference. You are a host.
All right. I already have a caller. Let's discuss, shall we? I want to see, let's see, Naga Cave, huh? I'll have to look that up. Thank you for calling Coffee Talk. You're on with Karen B.
Hello.
Hello?
Hi, good morning.
Hi.
Karen B.
What's up?
So lovely to be able to reach you this morning. I don't have a lot of time, but after hearing a conversation or the last, the Wednesday podcast with you and Mark Sargent, I mean, it just warms my heart every time I see like, oh, the same people that I found like so many years ago, they're connected and working together. So that feels so good to see. And I just wanted to share a couple of things real quick. One thing is that I shied away from the Flat Earth community just because like a few years ago you didn't see that union, that coming together of like the like-minded people that had like all of the content online at the time. And then once I saw that that was happening, I kind of was like still like hesitant because it seemed like, okay, yes, I love it that we're discovering these new ideas and these new clues that are out there. I love what you're doing this morning, talking about fractals and the construct of our world. But yet, even further, I feel like as a community, there is more. There is a higher purpose we should be aiming to achieve, and that is a conscious one. And then I was even more excited because I saw that you have a segment that you do on, I'm sorry if I butcher the name of it, but like on anti-religions or something regarding religions. So I kind of have a challenge for you in that if the Bhagavad Gita, I'm sure you're familiar with the text, but I'm not sure if you might be familiar with the text that is titled the Bhagavad Gita as it is.
Mm-hmm.
By His Grace Srila Prabhupada. So I wanted to share the website where you can find the online version of Bhagavad Gita as it is. And that website is Veda Base. So that's VEDABASE. And it's .io. So vedabase.io. So Srila Prabhupada, he brought this ancient philosophy / religion west in the 1960s. I don't know how familiar you are with the Hare Krishnas at the time. In the 60s, 70s, they were at their like epitome. But since then, it's been ongoing. So I kind of wanted to give you this challenge of looking at this scripture and seeing if there's anything that you don't see useful, especially for our community, because I feel our community is so broad-minded. But okay, we've made this earth-shattering discovery, but as individuals, as conscious individuals, where do we go from here? While continuing to discover what is made available to us or what we work together to discover. But just wanted to real quick share that with you. And I hope to be more involved and I'm looking forward to your videos you already have online because I've been sleeping on it, girl. So like anytime I have some downtime, it's definitely going to be your channel.
Oh, well,
thank you so much for the work you do and continue to do. Have a great morning.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for calling.
And to everyone listening, Hare Krishna. Until next time.
Excuse me, Hare Krishna. Yeah. You know what? Well, we have I don't know how many of you remember Steve Torrance. So Steve Torrance is one of the flat earthers who actually lived even in India for a while. And he has done a lot of stuff with as far as like the Vedic cosmology goes and everything. And he also has done a lot of stuff to model. Ooh, I wonder if where's his channel? Oh, here we go. Well, now it's just Steve. Okay, so at Steve Flat Earth, this is Steve Torrance, and he knows a lot about, he's very knowledgeable as far as Vedic cosmology goes and stuff. And if you look at his videos, he's got a lot of animations of the luminaries and the paths they make over a flat Earth. So let me see if I can find a good one. I mean, it basically shows the toroidal path of all of these things, and it's really amazing to see. So like celestial clock, analemma, sun and moon. Let's see. So here he's even got some that's got the zodiac on top of it. See, Steve was doing this 7 years ago. Such good stuff. I'm so glad his channel is still here. Like, it's like a little archive. He doesn't really upload stuff very often anymore, but yeah, it's a good channel. And he also did these sun measurements. So interesting. And it changes too, because he was doing it where he keeps track. So if you're interested in looking at some old school observations, Steve was also one of the members of FE Corps when we were together. He was there at Balaton when we did the measurements, the lake measurements, where we tried to measure curvature, and there was none. Yeah. Very cool channel. Oh, here's a good one. Flat Earth Celestial Clock. So let me see if I can. So you'll see, like, this is a very rough drawing, but like these little paths here over are like the luminaries changing elevation, but going around. So it's like a three-dimensional view of the path that they make. Because you know how you'll see like Ptolemy or whatever. I think it's just very interesting, because he uses all the information from like, time and date. This is all information, same as information as what's used for like timeanddate.com or suncalc.com. All the same information, but it's all been applied to the flat Earth. So then you'll start to see it starts to build these crazy paths, right? As it changes elevation and stuff over the Earth. And what's really cool about this is, like, have you ever looked at, what's this guy? Let's go look to Facebook. Let's go look at this dude, the dude who makes the cool 3D videos. David Schiermeyer. All credit to David Schiermeyer for these videos and stuff here. So I'm gonna check out, like, so when he does these videos where he does like the three-dimensional, he gets really cool images when he's just looking at top down at the liquid in the receptacle. But sometimes he does the bubble ones, right? These type of things. Anyway, the shapes that are made in these celestial sort of 3D renderings of the luminary paths over the flat Earth look very similar to these cymatic images that this David Schiermeyer gets. I mean, amazingly. Well, I'm gonna mute it because that's crazy. But like, see how you get these crazy, like, wobbly sort of, at the core of it all, you see that they're all different toroids, but they're toroids that are being manipulated into different shapes, and almost it's kind of crazy, right? And then you'll see that these paths sort of start to mimic those sort of crazy cymatic shapes in Steve's videos. And like when I first saw this, his videos, like, dude, that's a trip. Like, look at the path, right? Look at what the path does over the earth. Like, it's such a beautiful thing. It's making such a crazy beautiful pattern. He also did a lot to show about the stars paths there, but so like here, Sun analemma with Mercury. See, you can go to his channel and look at all of the text about it, but so he'll trace the paths, right? He'll render it, and you'll see it's just cycling through, time here in the render. All it's like one day at a time, and the days are just ticking off, right? So it's showing you the path. It's always good to be seen. I'm just curious why the government doesn't grow fruit trees in cities that people can have to feed themselves. Also, the bee colony collapse was caused by them. Yeah. You know what I saw? I remember seeing a while ago where people were like guerrilla farming, they were grafting like fruit tree chunks into different city trees that were in the city, like that were just regular like shade trees or whatever, and they started grafting little fruit trees in there so the shade trees started growing fruit. Just saying, you can do it. You can do it. It's something you can do. See for yourself how mountain ranges in this man's area are in fact the remains of Assyrian cypress trees in all different phases, going from wood slowly into stone. Yeah, that's just a story. It shows the sap of cypress turning into quartz crystal. Oh my god, that is bullshit. Sap does not turn into quartz crystal. Sap does not turn into quartz crystal. Sap is not quartz. Sap is not quartz. Sap is not fucking quartz. See for yourself and get brainwashed into believing somebody else's bullshit story. I'm sorry, that's what you're doing right now, Rune Dragon. You're pushing bullshit in my chat. You're not seeing anything. What you're seeing is quartz crystals in a rock formation. And you know what? I've seen quartz inside of trees. It's still quartz crystal, not sap. Because sap, when it petrifies, it turns into amber. Amber is not quartz. They are completely different materials and they have completely different properties. And when you sit there and you tell people that sap can turn into quartz, you're fucking lying and you're misleading people. Knock that shit off. I'm gonna take your wrench if you don't knock that shit off, and I'm not fucking kidding. Don't push that shit. Would sap be amber? Yes, sap is amber. When sap hardens into amber, then that's when sap gets petrified. It turns into amber, which is an amorphous material. Quartz is a crystalline. It is one of the hardest types of crystals even to exist. Don't you fucking get it? Quartz is like, okay, diamond is a number 10 on the most scale, and quartz is a 9. Quartz is an extremely hard crystalline material. Amber, which is petrified sap, if you take a hot needle, if you take a hot poker, you can poke it and melt it still. And that's how you know it's amber and not fucking quartz. Don't tell me to relax. Listen, truth matters. Truth matters. Facts matter. How this world works, how things work in reality matter. Okay? That shit matters. You can't just go around saying that sap is quartz because that's not fucking reality. You know, it's just people, you know what? I don't even care. I don't fucking care if you guys don't like it. You know I could, get on that bullshit train and go start spreading bullshit fantasy stories like everybody else does. And I could get, 50,000, 100,000 subscribers on my channel. And I could have a bunch of people on my live stream talking about how cool it is to talk about the fantasy fucking trees that fell over somehow, and there's like almost no remains of, and nobody can really show any proof of it other than, oh, it looks like a tree when crystals grow the same as trees grow. So maybe growth patterns in similar things is what you're seeing, except one is crystalline and one is a tree. I mean, you guys just can't make shit up. It's so easy. Everybody, you guys love bullshit. This is why I tell people all the time. People love bullshit. You guys just love being lied to. You just want to be led like the Pied Piper to go believe some crazy fantasy because it sounds fucking cool or it's exciting. I'm just not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. I just don't care about pushing somebody's fantasy bullshit. And I'm not going to sit here and lie to you and tell you that sap turns into quartz when it fucking doesn't. It doesn't. It does not happen. Still like melted. You know what? You know what's really funny about that melted building shit too? Is there was that guy who goes on Jaren's Speaker's Corner. What does he do that? Like Thursday or Friday? I forget what day he does it, right? He does the Speaker's Corner. And this guy goes on there all the time talking about melted brick buildings, blah, 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 blah. Okay, here's the thing. Some of you may remember when I kind of crashed the Bro Sanchez stream with Jerry on it, when Jerry was on there telling his fucking fantasy story about how all mountains are melted brick buildings. All the giant the tree mountains are actually melted brick buildings. Okay. So I went on there and I started asking him questions and he fucking left. He ran with his tail between his legs. Then I contacted Modern Day Debates. You guys may be familiar with Modern Day Debates. I've been on there once or twice. Once with Witsit, whatever. I don't really like doing debates because I don't really like arguing about stupid shit. Right? I just, I have a life. I have children. I have a home. I have animals that need caring for. Like, I've got way better things to do with my time than like argue with somebody about some stupid shit. Right? He left. He disappeared, dropped, right? So I contact Modern Day Debates and he tries, and I said, see if you can set up a debate between me and Jerry about the melted brick building stuff, right? And, but by the way, did you guys remember, what did he say when I said, where did the bricks come from? He said, our imagination, that we imagined it. So anyway, eventually the guy from Modern Day Debates got back to me and he said he never heard back because why would Jerry want to debate me? He doesn't want to talk to me. He only wants to talk to people who buy his bullshit. He doesn't talk to anybody who wants to ask him questions or who doesn't believe it, who wants to critically analyze what he's saying. No, he wants people who believe his bullshit. Whatever. So then that guy who goes on Jaren's channel always talking about melted brick buildings, I was in the chat one day and I said, hey, why don't you, he said he would debate me. So I put my email address in there and I'm like, you really want to debate me? And I give him my email. I said, email me then. Email me and I will set up a debate on modern day debates. That guy never emailed me. In the chat, he was talking so big. He was like, "Oh, I'm gonna debate you. I'm gonna show you what's up. I'm totally all over this." Like, I'm like, okay, not a fucking peep, not one peep, because nobody wants to talk about this stuff in terms of reality. Nobody wants to ask any of the critical questions to like see if it's true or not. Everybody just wants to fucking smoke another joint and think about the giant trees and think about whatever the fuck you're doing. I don't know what you're doing. I don't know why you would ever just like go from one fake story into another. You know, like somewhere in between probably is the truth, but you know, like let's say, okay, so what did they show me? So Naga Cave. Okay, so this is the one where that thing looks like a snake. Is this the part that's supposed to be the snake head, or is this just one of the piece of the formation? I have to see the whole thing. I know there's one part, I've seen this part right here that they say looks like a snake head. Where's the rest of it? Okay, that's obviously man-made. You know, like let's say that was the case. Like this, let's say this was a giant petrified snake. Like somehow there was like some abomination that was created and this snake became giant, or who the fuck knows? You know, I don't know. I'm sorry. I just try not to get too deep into this fantastical stuff because there's no way to prove any of it. And there's, you know, there's other explanations for why things look the way that they do. But if there was something like this, it would be the exception, not the rule. You know what I'm saying? Like, but to me, it's like the more I think about it and you know, and maybe this is just me. Maybe, you know, I'm just destined to be the contrarian of everything because I start to think, well, maybe, you know, all of it is just somebody making up something because of pareidolia, because it starts to look like something. And then they get, you know, humans have a very good imagination, you know, and so how much of this is just an embellishment on their part? Smoke weed every day. Where all the bricks came from. He calls you, right? That's the other thing. Like people get all upset. They're like, "Oh, Karen, you know, you're so mean." You know, because I called him psycho because he started yelling at me. But that guy will tell you you're retarded for not believing. All these retards, they don't get it. They don't see it. I mean, you guys, have any of you seen how he talks? Power of suggestion is real. I'm a mod in his channel. Scheme Team? You're a mod in whose channel, Jerry? How petty. All I was saying is that here's some interesting info. No, you weren't saying here's some interesting info. You're in my chat, like, basically contradicting everything that I'm saying here, which is fine. You can contradict everything that I say, but I don't want, like, I don't support that bullshit. Do you get it? And I don't want my moderators pumping that bullshit out from my channel. I'm sorry. I just don't. I don't like to support bullshit. I don't support bullshit. I just don't. You know, like if you want to go watch it, that's cool. Go watch it. That's cool. Do it. Like, I don't care. Everybody click off the channel right now and go watch your bullshit. Cause I really don't give a fuck, dude. I really don't give a fuck. But I'm not gonna, I don't get on bandwagons, okay? I didn't get on the Tartaria bandwagon because guess what? It was fucking stupid. I thought it was stupid then, and I still think it's now. You know, but I don't like harp on it. I just don't talk about it. And I don't push it and I don't support it, you know? I just don't. Because, you know, if somebody's going to be, I don't want to be responsible for sending people down that shithole, you know, because I see what happens. People get consumed by it. They get all consumed by it, and they start going around and taking a picture of every single building and calling it Tartarian, which is retarded. You can't, like, every building is not Tartarian. It just doesn't make any fucking sense. You guys are canceling out your own history. Like, nobody even has to do it for you. You guys are doing it for your masters have you exactly where they want you. And most of you don't even fucking see it, you know? And whatever, everybody can do whatever they want to do, but I'm not going to be responsible for contributing to that bullshit. I'm just not. And I don't care if it means that nobody ever watches my shit and they all go watch fucking the rapist, fucking double talk, self-contradicting piece of shit that's over on the other channel that everybody on what's his name, Archaics, that everybody loves now, that he fucking, you gotta go talk to this guy. No, the fuck I don't. No, the fuck I don't, and I will not, ever. I don't have to do anything. You've been looking for a reason to stop drinking coffee and you just gave it to me? Great. Great. I don't fucking care. I don't fucking care. That shit, well, I'm sorry. I just don't. I mean, and you guys want me to have a stream with this guy? Do you think it's gonna go well if I have a stream with any of these people? Probably not. Probably fucking not, to be honest with you. To be perfectly honest with you, it's probably not gonna go well. Because I just can't... I don't even want to waste my time. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I just don't want to waste my time. Alright, well, whatever. Anyway. Do they have more pictures in this? Because... it just looks like it's like a weird geological formation. Like the only part that looks like a snake is that one like piece of rock that's jutting out. Yeah, I don't know. See, I can't even look at this shit. I can't even do it because I feel like it's a waste of time, dude. It's a complete waste of time. Like, I would rather... You know what I think, what I've been thinking about lately is like how to rewrite certain parts of the science curriculum for my children, right? That I'm homeschooling, right? Because there's a lot of it is good, right? Most of what you get is good information as long as you focus on good stuff. But it's like, you know, you can't really get away from this stupid globe programming, like the push or the pull, earth pull, and what gravity is, and theoretical physics. They always have to throw that in there. So I think it'd be more interesting is like, what's a better way to focus your time and energy is to think about like, how are we going to, we have to start setting up like a side-by-side thing for putting everything through the geocentric filter. I think that's a much better way to spend time. Let's learn about how this realm really works instead of thinking about fantasies and making shit up and telling everybody that sap turns into quartz when it doesn't even make sense in how this place really works. Like, why wouldn't you just focus on that? Focus on changing the language or the description of things as we know them so that we can start getting people on board so that it's easier to explain to people, you know, how things really work, or so it's easier for somebody, for the layperson, to show somebody who's been programmed to think they live on a globe their whole life that there are other explanations for how this realm works, and it doesn't have to all be put together by gravity, right? Why wouldn't we focus on that? Jay, I looked, you got caught in troll crossfire. Everyone's worried about stepping on toes. Yeah, I don't fucking worry about it. They already made you waste too much time on it. I know! But everybody keeps bringing it back here. Just remember at the beginning where it says 0 fucks given. 0. 0. I'm not here to placate people. I'm not here to tell fantasy stories. Hope Martin's not being brainwashed. I don't know what's going on with that. I don't know what's going on with that, but you know what? I'm not going to act like it's a good thing, because to me, I'm sorry, it's just not. I don't think it's a good thing. I don't think it's a good thing that this person is trying to be shoved down in everybody's face, right? And it's starting to seep into like other areas too, you know? And it's really, I find it extremely disturbing. I find it extremely disturbing that somebody can, you know, at the end of their teenage years, be convicted, commit a crime like rape of a female, right? Like assault, aggravated sexual assault, that's rape. Then get convicted of it, and then go to prison, and then proceed to do bad things in prison, and then spend most of their adult life in prison, and then come out, and then all of a sudden they're gonna tell everybody what reality is, right? Like, oh, I read a bunch of books in prison and I'm gonna tell you all what reality is. Like, get the fuck out of my face with that bullshit. I'm sorry, not sorry. No fucking way. Like, and I don't even understand it. I don't comprehend it. And I ain't having nothing to do with it. And that's the end of that. And I don't care if anybody don't like it. And I also don't think we live in a simulation. I mean, come on. There's a midget yelling out to plane here. Dude, Scheme Team, y'all saw the Archaics movies play. Dude, that shit was funny. Okay, I'll tell you what. The only stuff that I ever saw of Archaics was when I was watching Tartarian Truth Channel. And that shit was funny as hell. I was like, this is the only way I can even stomach watching it. And then Tartarian Truth lost her channel, but not because of him. It was because of Paul Cook, who's like, that dude's wound up so fucking tight. Holy shit balls. MK Ultra, right? It is absurd. Like, when somebody asks me who that is, that's literally the breakdown I give them. And it's true. And here's the funniest part. He tries to tell all of his followers like he didn't do it, like he actually saved the girl, but he got convicted of aggravated sexual assault anyway. I'm sorry, but the girl didn't die that anybody can tell me, right? So she lived. So if he really was innocent and he did help her, could she not have exonerated him by telling them what happened? Telling the authorities, the police, or whoever what happened? Like, I mean, I don't get it. Where's the other guy with the aggravated sexual assault record? Do you guys really believe the bullshit that is being fed to you? It's a psyop, get out of jail and peddle bullshit. Same thing happening in legal freedom circles. Is it really, Rose? That's scary shit, man. Tartarian Truth was hilarious. What? Ben. Who are you talking about? Paul Cook pissed off a lot of people recently who previously supported him. Who did that, Ben? I must know. Was it Tartarian Truth? I mean, why would you ever do that? Why would you ever... Oh, Paul Cook? Why does that make it so funny? How come the number just takes you to the audio of the stream? Oh, because I have a call board. So, if you're calling, I gotta go check the call board. I have a caller. Hold on. Thank you for calling Coffee Talk You're On with Karen B. And then I pick you up.
Hey, Karen, it's Jesse from Massachusetts. How you doing?
Hey, Jesse, how are you?
Very good. So, if anyone's curious, Brittany and I went to Canada. The restrictions are over, literally, as of October 1st, if people were not aware. So now's the time to go before they pull their bullshit again. So we crossed over into Niagara Falls, Ontario, from upstate New York.
I'm trying to...
Very simple. It's probably about maybe a minute a car. I mean, probably like a 20-minute wait because it's a busy border crossing. But once they got to us, they just, looked at our passports and a couple of quick normal questions. No mention of COVID-19, no mention of vaccination, nothing like that. And we're on our way.
That's pretty cool.
And, for example, we went to Brantford, Ontario. Remember the movie Silent Hill in 2006?
No.
Well, that's where they filmed that one, if anyone is familiar with that. Anyway, we went to a local independent restaurant there, and it's literally, it's like the pandemic's been turned off, and Ontario province is, I think, one of the strictest locations in all of Canada, and you'd never know anything was going on. Sure, there's basically one in every crowd wearing a submission muzzle, but, no different than anywhere in the USA. You just never know. Literally, it's like an on-off switch. We were even in Toronto and Belleville, various different places. And then we continued on to Montreal, Trois-Rivières, Quebec City. Same thing, one in every crowd. So it was as if nothing ever occurred, basically. Came down New Brunswick province, visited Grand Falls, a few other places. World's longest covered bridge in Heartland. And anyway, once we crossed back over, same thing, going back across into America, just a couple minutes, not even. I think we were the only car at that point, crossing back into Houlton, Maine, 995. So a few questions, have a safe trip back, that was it. No mention of any of the nonsense.
Yeah, everything's
now's
open.
The time to go back up there. Yeah. And
Cool.
I will say this too, I think that people up there are very nice. They're nicer than their government, let's put it that way. There are a lot of really nice people up in Canada, and I feel bad for a lot of them.
Yeah.
And you wonder, how many of them gave in or secretly supported, all the bullshit. But again, regardless, still very nice people up there. Very happy with the results. And it's been over 11 years since I've been up there. So again, now's the chance to check all that stuff out. And it's wide open. You never know anything that's going on. How are things in South Carolina? Or North Carolina, rather. Confusing the two, you're right on the border.
Cool.
How are things in North Carolina?
Things are great, you know. It's been nice. Little overcast, but
Right.
it's not gotten quite as hot as it should have gotten by now. But you know,
Yeah, we're
not
currently
complaining.
we're currently in the Atlanta area. About 70 degrees here, but yeah, overcast, same deal.
Cool.
But and I also got some photographs of Toronto, 31 miles away. I don't know if I think I might have sent them to you and Mark. I'm not sure. And they were spraying really, really good that day, and we could still see the Rogers Center. So again, that's another example. I mean, it's all over the place.
Oh yeah, I saw that picture you sent.
Show it to people. Oh, cool.
Yeah.
I mean,
Earth is still flat.
Definitely an obvious one where it can. Yeah. Yeah, I still get the argument though, oh, it's a mirage, or you're not actually seeing that. I'm like, well, you know, if you guys are so confident, why don't you take a high-powered missile and point it to the Rogers Center, and if you're that confident, it will just slam into a wall of water. Oh, well, you know, I'm not sure if I want to do that. Well, exactly. So, anyway, shout out to Jake and Dan from the band, late Bob Nodell, Ross Skiba, who else? You, Mark, Brian Staisley, Rick Hummer, Daryl Marble, and Stu Finelli, so many others. Let someone else get a chance to call in. Thank you for the great work as usual.
All right, cheers. Thanks, Jesse.
Thank you.
Excuse me. I don't know if anyone in here likes Tartarian Truth videos, but he did wake me up to the Santos Griff. Yeah. I know. See, there you go. Hey, there's Trevor 7 where we talk about Bigfoot and more. See, I was talking about Bigfoot. Plenty of people think Bigfoot's BS. And dude, I got so much crap for that. So much crap for talking about Bigfoot. I don't really care. You know, all I can do is say what I think. You can agree or you can disagree. However, what pisses me off is when people say stuff as fact when they have absolutely no evidence for saying that. Like saying sap is quartz. I'm sorry, Rune Dragon, but when I see you literally saying something that can't be true, like is literal bullshit, I can't abide. I cannot abide. It's just not how reality works. I mean, go back to last week's episode and listen to when Ben called in and talks about even alchemically, they're two different sides. One is the salt side and one is the oil side, right? So the sap is the sap of the tree. That's the oil. And quartz is on the salt side, right? So even alchemically, it doesn't even make sense. So, you know, it frustrates me because I see it all the time. Everybody just says stuff like it's true, and like 99% of it is bullshit. And that's a fact. You know? And so I just, for me, for my conscience, how, you know, for me to feel good about what I'm doing, I cannot, in good conscience, in any way, shape, or form, perpetuate any kind of bullshit like that. I just can't do it. It's like I have like a strong physical reaction when shit like that goes on. It just makes me insane. I can't do it. And I am sorry if that's what you like, if that's what you're into. But I want to know, reality. I want to understand the realm I'm living in. I want to understand how this place was really created and really meant to work. And I don't want to waste time on bullshit. Fe Mandela effect and Tartaria. You can be into one thing and not another. Yeah. I'm super glad to hear that he reached out. There was no reason for that fight. Wait, who? I hate drama too. Level and accelerationless anyhow. You know what, Flat Earth Shit Bear? I have that video right here. I was gonna say we could watch it and we could look at what Dell's saying and we could talk about it. Because he thinks force and energy, it's all motion, globe and stationary tractor beam, earth cult. So now Dell is saying that Earth is accelerating upward as Einstein proposed, and that is what creates the downward force. He doesn't believe in the unseen forces, I guess, the static electric forces or you know, that whole this is what I'm talking about. Because like this is why I love Good Times for All, Zach. Shout out to Zach. Because he actually does videos where he talks about electricity and how static electricity works, right? And where if you change the charge to something, it can change how whether it stays in the air or goes down or whatever. I mean, and this is all stuff like if you have any of you have ever looked into like the Hutchinson effect, where John Hutchison was doing these experiments where he was with electricity, where he was making, you know, metal wrenches and stuff fly up into the air by putting out some sort of electrical charge on the object. Melty quartz, I don't know. What do you mean melty quartz? Like if you melted quartz, do you think it's going to turn into sap? What do you guys think quartz turns into? A mountain? Makes an object levitate, right? Because of the... Thanks for calling Coffee Talk. You're on with Karen B.
Put down. Good morning there, friend.
Hi.
Hello. Yeah. Sorry, I'm on a voice over IP. It might not be the clearest.
No, you're pretty clear. What's up?
Can you hear? Oh, nothing much. I was watching your show. I stumbled onto this flat Earth theory, and I've been watching on the YouTubes.
You stumbled
onto
flat Earth? I'm
a little lost with the quartz talk, and excuse me.
Are you a flat earther, or are you new to flat Earth?
I saw the videos on YouTube about the flat Earth, and I saw all the videos, and I found your videos, and I saw your live stream, and I was watching your live stream, and I figured I'd call in to see who you were talking about, because I was lost. You were talking about someone being a rapist, and I was like, who was being a rapist?
I don't really want to keep talking about that.
No, that's not why I called in. Sorry, I
Okay.
was trying to tell you why I called in. But yeah, I found the videos of the I guess flat Earth, I guess is the term.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm watching them, and you know, here I am on a live stream calling.
Okay, is that it?
Yeah, and I like to say that you're. I mean, I think, you know, some of your viewpoints are or legitimate. I'm a little lost with the quartz talk, but I guess that was just context. I wasn't reading the chats. I should have been reading the chats, I guess.
Lost with the quartz talk. What? Because people, you know, have you heard about the people think that some of the mountains were giant trees?
Yes, I have heard about that.
Right. And so some of them think that these big quartz deposits were actually sap for these giant trees.
Oh, that's what you're saying. I see.
Yeah. But that's not
Have you
true.
heard? Have you heard? Have you heard the theories about giants?
Yes.
So there's allegedly there's another theory, right? If you buy into the giants theory, right? That there's blood, or not blood, there's gold inside of your blood, right? And most of the gold vein deposits, get it, vein, right?
Mm-hmm.
Are from the giants. When they die, right? All the gold in their blood goes down, because you know how like gold is heavy, right? And it goes down, it always goes down, right?
Mm-hmm.
Have you heard about that?
No.
That's kind of out there, I'm saying, but you know, I'm into different theories and conspiracy stuff, so I you know.
I think that's
it's
extremely out there. I think that's extremely out there.
Yeah, man. But it's factual, right? Because like if you look at your blood, right, there's a high amount of metals in it, right? Like iron and stuff. But allegedly, there's gold in it as well, right? So think about it, right? Like we're little people, right? We have a little bit of gold, right? Right? Giants, right, have lots of gold, right?
Right.
See where I'm getting at? You see?
Mm-hmm. Fascinating.
That's what I say.
All right.
Yeah, it's like I said, it's out there. It's out there, but, you know, that's just a theory. I don't buy into anything, you know. I can't really prove anything. I look up and, you know, everything looks round to me. So, I mean, I don't want to make claims, you know, that I know this or that. But there's some interesting points that's being brought up, you know, and some interesting, you know, facts as well that people are saying. I've been listening.
Interesting facts, huh?
Yeah, how did you stumble? I stumbled into this with the Mark Sargent videos. How did you stumble into it? It was actually before Mark Sargent. There was this one Russian guy that was talking about the plane flights, the plane patterns. Remember? And then that led me into the Mark Sargent videos. But how did you stumble into all this?
From a video made by a channel called Flat Water, Flat Earth.
Oh yeah, I've heard of him. He's over in Europe, right?
I don't think so. I think he's an American guy.
No?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm thinking about what's that European flat Earth guy? I thought it was Flat Water, Flat Earth. So Waters Above or something, or something, I don't know. So you found his videos, you say?
Well, somebody shared it and I watched it. Yeah.
And what compelled you? What was it that compelled you? That got you saying, "Hey, man, this is not just, you know, some crazy people." Because I my friends say that I'm a little nuts, right, for thinking these things, right, with the giants, right, and the gold and the, you know, the ice wall, right. And I say, hey, man, you know, like if you look at Hollywood, they show you the stuff, you know, like they kind of show you the stuff in plain sight, kind of, for lack of a better term, you know.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, well,
so what was it that compelled you?
Well, in that video, it was just the questions that they posed, where he was just talking about how we see different things and how far we can see. So probably mostly about the sun, and then how far we can see. The questions that they pose, like talking about the ships on the horizon and how far out you can see, and all these other pictures that supposedly were taken that you can see farther than you should be able to. That's probably the number one thing.
Oh, okay. So the visual stuff, yeah. I mean, that's compelling. But see, when I started thinking about the visual stuff, like our eye lenses are curved, right?
Right.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
So how can we be sure that anything we're seeing is like accurate? Right?
Well, that's why we do measurements. That's why we use equipment, and that's why
Yes,
we've
but
done
it's still
measurements.
through the lenses that's curved. Right?
But not really, though, because they give you a finite size of the Earth, right? They tell you they know the radius of the Earth is 3959. So, then by
I don't believe them. I don't believe those people.
Well, of
I
course
think they're
not.
lying.
Of course not. Of course they are. But that's the measurements that they give us, right? So, if we can see beyond the numbers that they give us, well, then we've just debunked their globe. So that's why we take the measurements. That's why we put the lasers
but you're
over the
looking
water.
at it through a curved lens, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You see? You see how it can't be trusted?
Well, you can. What do you mean? How it can't be trusted? Your eyesight has limits, but if you see it, it's there. So, like, do you see what I'm saying? So
yes, but
you
your
can trust
eyeball is your. Yeah, sorry for interrupting, but your eyeball is curved.
Right. The lens of your eye is round, right?
You see?
Yeah.
And you have to look through the curved lens, right? To see anything at all.
Right.
You see?
So what's your point? Are you saying that you can't trust anything you see with your eyes?
Yes, that's why I don't think that's that compelling a quote argument.
Well, why not? But if they tell you that the Earth is a certain size, and so by if you're only not even standing 6 feet above sea level for most people, so you should only be able to see like 3 miles out to sea, but you see something that's like 10, 15, 20 miles away, doesn't that tell you that you're seeing farther than you should be able to if you were on a ball the size that they say it is?
I don't believe them.
Okay. Is that it?
Do you believe them?
Believe who?
The people that were saying stuff about the Earth.
No.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't believe them.
But you also don't believe your own eyesight. But you don't believe your own eyesight either.
No, I didn't claim that. I said the eye lenses were curved.
Okay.
You see?
And? So you don't
And
think,
when you look at
that's
things-
a reliable proof then? That's what you're saying. You're saying you don't trust your own eyesight. I disagree with that. You have to know how eyes work.
I see. Okay. I see. Okay, so I see how that can be compelling to you. Then I just don't find the visual stuff very, very, very compelling because I've been told that everything we see is just particles of light.
So what do you believe then?
I believe that someone is lying about all this stuff.
All
I
right.
believe everything that's been told. Like if you go to like public school in the West, right? Like in America or anything under the crown, right? I believe that the education system has been set up to like tell you a bunch of stuff that's not real, but some of it's real, right? Like math class, 2 + 2 is 4, right? That's factual, right?
Mm-hmm.
But some of it, they're lying, I think.
Well, yeah, there's a lot of lies in the public education system for sure.
Yeah, that's what I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you think they poisoned the water?
Well, they put fluoride in the water, so that's technically poisoning the water. Other than that, I don't
You see,
know.
I was telling people this 20 years ago, and they told me I was crazy.
No, definitely fluoride is poison. It's a neurotoxin, and they put it in the water.
That's what I said.
Yeah.
And I feel the same way about the giants and the gold veins, right? The same way I feel about the chloride or the fluoride. I mean, 20 years ago, right? But people are like, "Hey, man, you're crazy, man."
No, I don't think it's the same thing.
All right, fair enough. I'll concede that fluoride is not the same as giants. So what other compelling evidence that flat water, flat Earth brought up to you, that other than the visual stuff, that made you so compelled to believe that this place is flat per se?
Man, I don't even remember. It's been like 8 years. I hardly even remember the video.
8 years?
I should probably go watch it again. But it's been so long now, I really don't remember everything that was said in the video. But I just remember thinking those are really good questions, and now I'm going to go look into that more. And then I did. And then 2 weeks later, I was like, oh, the Earth is flat. That's kind of weird.
And then what'd you do after that? What'd you do? What happened?
I kept researching and I kept learning, because I was like, well, if it's not what they tell us, what is it? I want to know what really is going on. And so that's what I started doing. And then after about a year and a half, I started making videos, and now here I am.
And oh, you mean on the live stream,
Mm-hmm.
preaching the flat Earth word?
Preaching the flat Earth word, yeah. Yeah.
Or not? I mean, not preaching per se in a sense of preaching, but like sharing the word, I guess, would be like, because without like YouTube videos, none of it would have been shared with me. You know what I mean? Like, looking back at how I started questioning some of this stuff and looking into it, like, without people quote unquote preaching, right, or sharing videos or whatever.
Yeah.
You can't really spark ideas, and like, just like flat water, flat Earth sparked your thoughts and thought process into whatever realm it is that you think you live in. It was his video, right? Like his quote unquote preaching of the word, right?
For sure.
Or at least that's what I have to say.
Yeah. Yep.
So who's another? I mean, when you say keep researching, do you mean just like via YouTube, or? I mean, how did you research?
Because
if you don't mind me asking?
YouTube has all the algorithms in place now, so that if you search for anything, they're just going to give you a bunch of propaganda. Like, YouTube is like one of the worst places to do anything. Back 8 years ago, it was fun. Now, no. Now you have to really dig. You got to go to you got to find blogs, websites, even just going directly to like the mainstream sources, but looking at it critically. Don't look at it as if it's true. Look at it as if it's not true, or ask questions about what they're telling you. How do they actually know this? When they say, oh, we know that this planet way out here is blah, 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 and it has this atmosphere, and yeah. Well, how do they know all that crap, right? If it's millions of light years away, or millions and trillions of miles away, however far away they say stuff is, these ridiculous amounts, and then they tell you that they know more about it than they know about the bottom of our own ocean. Why? It's just, sometimes you can find, good stuff on YouTube, but for the most part, man, the algorithms really suck. There is the
I see. My buddy. Go on, sorry.
Do you have the Flat Earth Sun Moon Zodiac Clock app?
I don't. I'm not that into it. I like to stay open minded, because I mean, there's a chance it's round, right? It could be a sphere, right?
No, there's no way.
I mean, there's no proof that it's not a sphere, right?
There's all kinds of proof that it's not. Oh my God. In my mind, there is just no way. There's no way we live on a ball. I don't care what they say. There's no way. This place is not what they're saying it is. I know that for a fact. That
might be true, but it still could be. It still could be a sphere. We might not be on the surface, but it still could be a sphere, right?
No. What do you think? You think we live inside?
There's no way.
Well, this is just my opinion. You think we live inside of a sphere? That's concave Earth.
I'm not gonna say no. I don't. I'm not claiming. I don't want to make any claims because the fact is I don't know and I never will. But I'm saying I'm gonna be open-minded if someone comes around and say, "Hey man, it's a ball, man." I'm not gonna be like, "No way, buddy."
Oh.
I'll hear them out. See what they have to say.
Yeah, but see, I spent like 30-something years of my life believing that and hearing that, so I ain't trying to hear that anymore.
Yeah, ain't nobody got time for that. But hey, what if, right? What if, right? If we can both agree, right, that we're being lied to, right?
Mm-hmm.
What if it's a double lie? Right?
What do you mean it's a double lie?
Like it's a lie.
Like
but
a
then
double cross?
They lied again. Got you again. It is a spear.
No, no.
Right?
I don't think so. I don't see that. One of my commenters just said to have you watch Globebusters 24/7, and that's absolutely right. There's a Globebusters 24/7 YouTube channel that you can go watch, and that just 24/7 plays all kinds of flat Earth videos, and you don't even have to look for them. They're found for you.
And all due respect to people who comment, right? But I think that people who say, "Oh, just go watch this," don't have the capacity to have a discussion, and that's why they say that.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. So that's just my opinion. I mean, that's just my 2 cents. That's why they stay in the comment section and they're not having a conversation like me and you. Yeah.
Yeah. But the Globebusters channel does have good information, though, because it's a lot of technical stuff. It's where they actually discuss things like in the real world. It's not fantasy.
Oh, for sure, but it's not a discussion by any means. The reason I called was because I wanted to have a discussion with someone who had a belief system, right? And I just wanted to see if I could understand that belief system from the person who's claiming this belief system. That's all.
Okay.
It's hard to have a discussion with a video, yeah.
True.
But sure. One day I'll go on and I will watch the Globebusters, and hopefully I can have a discussion with who is it, Jeranism, and who is it, the other guy? They're like, "Hey, buddy, we think it's flat, friends," right?
You mean Witsit? Talking about Witsit?
Excuse me?
You talking about Witsit?
Yeah. They're like, yeah. You guys are not intelligent because you guys claim it's round. We're smart. Yeah, we have facts. Yeah.
Well, I don't know that they talk like that, but you can watch them. Sure, they're good.
Well, of course, I can't do their accent. The voice is just like, "Hey, buddy."
All right. Yeah. All right. Well, anything else?
Yes, I would like to know now that you've gone on your journey after 8 years, right? You discovered the flat Earth guy. You watched the videos. You found compelling evidence, right?
Mm-hmm.
You made videos. You shared the word. You've cultivated an audience like myself, right? What do you plan on doing next? Do you have any plans for 2023? We're almost halfway through it. I think it's almost June, and then we'll be halfway through the year. Do you have any plans for next year, this year, anything upcoming we need to know about as fans and audience of the Karen B Show?
Oh, yeah. Hey, it's 11/11, and yeah, Flattoberfest is coming up. I got an event where you go and you hang out with Flat Earthers in real life, and it's going to be in Las Vegas, Nevada, October 21st and 22nd of 2023. So there you go.
October what you say, Karen?
21st and 22nd.
You'll be in Vegas?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to try to attend that. If I do in person, my name is Bao. It's spelled B-A-O. And yes, ma'am. And I'll introduce myself as Bao if I get a chance to attend that.
Oh, all right. Well, awesome. That would be great.
Yes, ma'am. Yes. I appreciate you having me on, and hopefully I can meet up with you and have some discussions about the nature of this realm in the future, yeah?
Sure.
All right, enjoy your evening. Thanks for taking the call.
All right, have a good one. Bye.
Goodbye.
So for those of you in chat who said it was somebody named Bao, I guess you were right. This is just Bao's personality for those of you who don't know him. I'm not familiar, but I guess I am now. All right. Another caller. Thanks for calling Coffee Talk. You're on with Karen B.
Hey, Karen B. It's Tony Coriolis.
Hey, what's up, Tony Coriolis? How you doing?
Doing good. Just out here on my ball field, yet again.
Mm-hmm.
So that last caller guy, I went out on a date, so it's we got a couple different flat groups, and then one that we got is kind of like me and then these two girls, Jen and Janaea. And we kind of did I don't know, we invited all the conspiracy groups and we just hit them all with flat,
Mm-hmm.
So a girl that I met there, she's not flat, but she is conspiracy oriented. She's all anti-COVID and everything. Now I've gone out on a couple dates with her and she's by all means hearing me out and everything. And I told her about Flattoberfest. And she goes, oh, I want to go to that. And then just my first response was, nah, you got to get more flat, to be able to go to Flattoberfest. So that last guy, if he's saying oh, Jaren's so smart, knowing that it's I know Jaren would not like that, comment, whoever that guy is, so he's got to get more flat before he can earn the right to go, I'd say.
If you say so. I'm all down. I'm all for people who aren't flat earthers to come to Flattoberfest, though, because I feel like if they came and they hang out with a bunch of flat earthers and they talk to us and they see that it's just a bunch of everyday people who are just asking questions and they're not a bunch of crazies, that might make them not feel so bad for even looking into it. Not against it.
Yeah, I hear that. I just know in this game, so easily for trolls to think that they're, I don't know, getting in on us. Even that Bao guy, he said, when you asked him if he has the app, I was like, oh, Karen, promote the app. Have him use your code, He said, no, I don't have the app. I like to keep an open mind. Well, come on. If you have an open mind, you'll get the app and check out the app. What kind of a response is that?
Yeah.
And then, so one little short thing, and then I gotta run. I can't be too long today. Another guy mentioned something about Vegas, or about Toronto. And he was saying, what's it like out there in North or South Carolina, in regards to COVID? And it's pretty much done, as much as it can be done. But other places like Toronto, big time. It still is in effect. So last time I went to Vegas, I was with my family, and we stayed at MGM Park. And there was this one Asian girl that was at the roulette table that I was always at. I always like playing roulette, and ended up talking to her. And then we got into talking about everything, flat, COVID, everything. And she said on the flight out from Toronto, she was wearing her mask just because everyone did. Literally everyone on the mask from Toronto did. Or everyone from Toronto all wore a mask on the way out. So I just kind of hit her with everything. And then, you know how when Truth Smacks was around?
Mm-hmm.
So she used to send out these little pamphlets that said did you know the earth is flat,
Mm-hmm.
Did you get one of those?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I brought a couple of them with me to Vegas, and then I went up to my room and I got it and I gave it to her. So I hope that, I remember her name and everything. Her name was Yuji, and she lives in Toronto, but she was born in China. And just kind of how, we can relate how, now here in America, it's pretty much nothing. But in Toronto, it still is something, you could say. And then I asked her about her parents. She said she has still not talked to her parents. And this was a year ago. She had not talked to her parents since the pandemic started. China's on total lockdown, extreme. She cannot go visit them, nothing.
Jeez.
So this is just, I mean, as much as it is done here, it's not done, and that's why I just stay obsessed about it. I talk about it with everyone.
Yeah, that's crazy.
But yeah, that girl Yuji out in Vegas. It was fun meeting her, and we talked for a long time. And it, honestly, like just us talking, it was like such good energy. It was the best roulette game I've ever done. Like I always play my birthday numbers, and then her birthday numbers are like one of my lucky numbers and one of the birthday numbers. So our numbers kind of intertwined. And then right when like we were talking about our numbers, just the numbers did not stop coming up. There was something with like just good energy. I don't know. So it was just one of the best times ever with the Chinese girl out in Vegas, and looking forward to this Vegas.
Right on. That's cool.
Although I did hear one thing, I think it was from Mark Sargent. Did he say that like all the numbers on a roulette table, when you add them up, it equals 666?
I think so.
Yeah, I think he said it on A Strange World, which
Yeah, you
kind
probably
of changed my opinion on roulette, but I still like it. I'm still into it. Yeah.
Yeah, but
I'll
you
dabble in
know,
the 666 a little bit.
See, I don't worry about that number or consider it an evil number though, because in Scripture, 666 is a number of man. So how can that be evil? You know, I just don't consider numbers themselves
you
to
just
be evil.
enlightened it a little bit for me now.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, perfect. Well, all right. Hey, I got to run, Karen B. Thank you for taking my call.
All right, sure. Take it easy.
All right, peace out.
Bye. Yeah, and somebody asking if I'm a statist. Why do you think I'm a statist? Oh. No, I'm not a statist. ANCAP? Nobody is ANCAP. That's some nonsense. Carbon, water, and cellular materials 666. See, exactly. Agorist. Thank you for calling Coffee Talk. You're on with Karen B.
Hey, it's Angela. I'm in the chat.
Hi, Angela.
Someone said that you're an anarchist. Is that true?
Someone said I'm an anarchist?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess you can consider me an anarchist. I like that word better than...
I used to be when I was a part... Oh, sorry.
You used to be when what?
When I was a part of the anonymous kind of control opposition COINTELPRO group, thinking that I was doing something slightly edgy. But I kind of rethunk, I guess, my whole opinion about it, mainly because if you say that anarchy is the way, then you don't give the people the power or the mindset mentally to change the government that they're in. And I just kind of feel like there's something that we can do kind of with government to make it for the people. So I kind of shy away from the anarchy thing now.
Well, I think government messes everything up. So I'm all for scaling government way back.
I'm for that too. Yeah, I'm for that too to a certain extent, but I do think there's a place for government and that we can change it to benefit the people.
Yeah, well, listen, I know that most people, what their idea of anarchy is and what I consider to be anarchy are two completely different things. So,
what's your ideal of anarchy? Do you believe in no government, just people kind of doing their own thing, or do you believe in kind of a libertarian kind of philosophy about it? What's your opinion?
Well, I think that people should be responsible for themselves. It's that simple. You should be responsible for yourself. And you should live by, and it's pretty easy to not be a piece of shit. It's called do no harm and cause no loss. And governments taxing people into poverty and jailing people for things that are not really crimes, victimless crimes, Well, that doesn't lend anything to like help a society grow or to help people prosper in their lives or to live their best lives. I mean, everybody's just worried about you
Well,
can't do this and you
definitely.
can't do that. And they take away your God-given your creator-given rights, and then they make you beg for it back in the form of a license or a permit. I mean, it's just ridiculous. I don't see
I'm
how
definitely not for big government at all in any type of way, shape, or form. But I do believe in some form of government. I believe that I don't believe in taxes. I do believe in like that I enjoy the benefits of highways, our libraries, et cetera, et cetera. And I do think that, like, say for instance, even though it's not the best example, China taking 20 million people from poverty to middle class is a lifestyle benefit that was only given to us by some form of government.
Wait, what? What are you referring to?
China's over 1 billion people, and they increased their middle class by government aid, subsidies, and jobs. You see what I'm saying? So without that,
But
the
how do
people
you
would
think
still
they
be
got poor in the first place? How did they get poor in the first place?
Because there was no infrastructure.
What? No infrastructure where?
I'm talking about in rural China, for instance.
I don't understand why you're talking about China.
Well, I'm just saying it. I'm using it as an example. Without infrastructure, then there wouldn't be a need for certain things, or there wouldn't be the benefit of certain things, like say for highways, libraries, etc. So, just using them as an example, the people were poor because there was no infrastructure for them to have a better life, and that form of government gave them the opportunity to have a better opportunity for them to provide for themselves, essentially taking them out of poverty.
What do you consider poverty? Like if somebody lives off grid and lives off the land and grows their own food and raises animals,
Food
and
scarcity,
is that poverty?
Dwelling scarcity, homelessness.
These are all things that are created by
things that we
government.
can solve.
These are all things that are created by government.
I guess we just don't agree, because I think, like, for instance, the homeless situation can be solved because we have almost 100 million houses that are abandoned, and if we just gave the people homes that were abandoned, then they would be able to have somewhere safe to live. But that would be a governance issue, not people not wanting to have their own home issue, kind of. I don't know.
I think that's a symptom. Like when you get a population of homeless people who can't afford homes, that's a symptom of a bigger problem. And you can't just solve it by like, oh, let's go give these people, like you can give them houses and stuff, but is that going to solve the problem, or are more people going to fall into that position because the system that put the original group of homeless people there is still in place?
Right. I think it's a double-edged sword. I think that you can solve the homeless problem, but it essentially doesn't want to be solved, or people don't want to solve it because it's essentially a cash cow for the people who have the career and get government grants, et cetera, and their jobs depend on whether a person has their home or not. So I think it's a double-edged sword.
Okay. Well, it's not that the government doesn't have the money to solve these problems. It's just that they don't do it because it doesn't benefit them in any way, shape, or form to actually get a population of people who are empowered or who are self-sufficient or who don't depend on the government for everything. Because if you don't have to depend on the government for anything, then the government becomes unnecessary. They want people dependent on the government. That's why people end up homeless on the street. They love that shit because now they can go, oh, look at all the homeless people on the street. We need more money so we can go
which is what
spend it on the homeless
about,
people.
People benefiting from homelessness. That's exactly what I mean.
Right. This is a problem created by government.
I just think that if the government was to completely not exist, then people aren't necessarily at the consciousness level where they will be able to survive on their own. And that in order to fight that or combat that, then you need some type of government, but a government that's for the people.
Well,
I don't think if we just woke up one day and said, no more government, then everything would be okay.
well, no, because this whole country's gone through an education system where the education system teaches you to be a slave. It teaches you to be a slave to the system.
So in what actual reality would no government be feasible or something that people would actually be able to benefit from with our current state of enslavement?
Say that again? I missed the first part.
So basically what I'm asking is, in what reality would it be feasible for us to not have a government if you think about the current level of enslavement that people have?
Well, it's one of those things where it's like it wouldn't happen overnight, right? You have to start educating people how to live in that world, right? Because everybody,
Right.
that's what I'm saying. Everybody's been educated by the public education system to live in the system that's been set up for them. So what you have to do, that's why homeschooling is a really good thing to do, because then you take your children out of that public indoctrination system where they are literally teaching your child to become a debt slave in the system. That's like what they want. So you take them out of that and then you teach them everything that they need to know and then some, because you can even do better for teaching your children now because you've lived that life. You've left school and you've gone and you lived in the real world and you know what you do need to know and what you don't need to know and how things actually work and how oppressive the system really is. And we have to start that way. And then through attrition, you'll start to fade out of that slave mentality and then get into the freedom mentality, the self-responsible, the self-efficient mentality. But that you have to
So I'm
learn
all for that, but I think that it is at this point kind of wishful thinking and an idealistic point of view where you can say that we don't need government, there's no point in having government, but we need some kind of step-by-step process to lead people away from government. And what I'm saying is if we first start with what we have now, fix it, make it what our forefathers wanted America to be, make it for freedom, make it for individual rights, make it for self-sustainability, then we can grow into that level of freedom. I just don't think that it's something that's going to happen within our lifetime if we don't fix what we have now.
Okay. And how do we fix what we have now?
Well, it starts exactly like you say. It starts with people, being aware, being a part of the solution, homeschooling their children. It's all about awareness. But we're not going to wake up one day with anarchy and everything is going to be fine. It'll be a shit show. Sorry if I can't cuss on your station.
Fine.
It starts simply. A person changes, they change their friends, they change their community. A community changes the county, a county changes another county or another town or community, and then we take over a state. It's all about intentional living communities that can teach people the right way towards freedom. But it's not going to happen overnight, and we're not going to do it without A, fighting the system that we have in place now, and B, being realistic about what our ultimate goal is.
Okay. I just don't understand. I just don't see how we're going to change the system we have now, because I feel like people have been doing that like ever since I could even understand that there was a system to change, but it doesn't ever change. It just keeps getting worse.
So what would be your solution? If we don't start
knock their asses over. That's my solution. I think they should get knocked the fuck over. That's what I think. I think they should be swept out. And I think all these traitors should be paraded down the street and tarred and feathered because they have caused the death and the suffering of thousands upon thousands of people with their fucking bullshit. They all literally knew exactly what was in all of those shots, and they all got on camera and told everybody to take it anyway. Dude, fuck the government. Fuck them and their lying bullshit. Seriously, that's
Well,
what I
I can see that
think.
you're very passionate about it, and I do feel that, and I do recognize it, and I do understand it from a visceral level. I do understand you, but what I'm saying is we have to be level-minded. If we don't hit critical mass, then we won't win. That's the situation that we're in. So it has to be people like us waking up our communities, being active participants in our communities, changing our counties, getting people to vote. 100 million people in America don't vote. We're a country of 300 million. If we got more people to actively participate in the system, actively run, flat earthers for government, libertarians for government, et cetera, third-party systems, in the Fed, auditing the Fed, auditing NASA, shout out to Austin, then we could actually do something. But it's all about these little movements that we make towards freedom. It's not going to happen overnight, even though we can say fuck the government all we want.
Oh, I agree it's not going to happen overnight, but I also don't have any faith in fixing the system from within the system without a severe, drastic overhaul. I mean, entire Congress needs to be replaced, Senate replaced, term limits. I mean, something so incredibly drastic that it might as well be considered a revolution of sorts. That's the government in place now. Everybody that sits up there on Capitol Hill, they would consider it a revolution. Although it would just be making it back to the idea of what this country should have been, which is a constitutional republic, not a fucking bullshit democracy. And democracy is just another word for communism or socialism. If you ask me, it's that that's how they just call it something else, but it all leads to the same thing. So, I don't really know.
Yeah, I mean, we agree on a lot of points. I don't think we agree on how we get there. And for me, just even if you think about the fact that one person brought you on the flat earth and then you were able to educate and enlighten so many other people into the movement, that is how change creates momentum. And momentum can be a dangerous and positive thing. We just need more people to wake up and be aware. And it doesn't start with flat earth and it doesn't end with flat earth. It starts with us actively taking these people down, convincing other people in our constituents to actively take these people down. I, for one, think that we should decide on a place to go, start an intentional living community, and change that fucking county, and change that fucking state, and change that fucking region, and change the fucking country. That's how I think it happens. But I mean, I just don't think we will get anarchy overnight.
No.
I'm just trying to be reasonable within the limits of what we're dealing with. Because we're dealing with a dangerous foe, and they will kill if they're not already trying hard enough, or if it's not obvious enough that they're trying.
Yeah. I think it's obvious they are.
Yeah, I mean, it's obvious. From geoengineering to fluoride, it's very obvious. Mm-hmm. Even when you think about colony collapse and the male trees that they're planting in cities so that they don't pollinate, it's very obvious that they're trying to do us off population control to make us easier to control. And I just think that if we want to fight for life, then it starts with helping out our individuals to wake up and we become a community and become a real force to be reckoned with. One that can outgrow movements like COINTELPRO, movements like Anonymous, that I was in for so long, thinking that I was fighting the right fight by, I don't want to be culpable.
Mm-hmm.
I admit some things I've done with computers, but you know what I'm saying. From DDoS attacks to from other things. But, I just think that we just need to get together and really change some things. But I think that it's going to take a lot of us hitting that level of critical mass before they really see us as a foe to be reckoned with.
Yeah, sure. I agree with that.
All right. And also, I like suppress cures and suppress technology and things like that. And I was just wondering if you ever heard of MMS.
Absolutely. I've heard of MMS. I've used it. MMS and DMSO. Yeah, that's good stuff. That's a good thing to get into for sure. Yeah.
Yeah. There's a documentary called Quantum Leap. It's been censored off of YouTube, but it's an excellent documentary. Has case studies, gives you pictures, gives you the ingredients to make it on your own and all that. It's a powerful documentary. I'm sure you can find it on Rumble or Odyssey. And good for you.
Yeah, awesome. All right, thanks for calling.
All right, thank you.
Bye. Thanks for calling Karen B. What's up?
Hey, what's up? How are you?
Good. How are you?
That's a rough one to. Good. That's a rough one to follow. The caller before, she had a lot of good points I can agree with and stuff, but I hear you and I hear what she's saying about government, and it's not that if we do need government or if we don't need government. It's just a matter of fact that every level of government has been corrupted. It doesn't matter. So, you could talk about the VA, the homeless, whatever you want to talk about, but just the VA itself. Great idea when it was brought onto the public. Of course we want to take care of our vets. Who doesn't? And look what's happened. Look at the homeless. It doesn't matter. The school system, it doesn't matter. It's like its roots have reached. So changing and trying to change stuff, it's not that we have to try to change stuff, it's the law has to catch up to what's going on right now is what needs to happen. And we all know that. Things are going on right now that shouldn't be going on. And when it does, every level of government is going to have to answer to some form of corruption. Whether you want to run as a local mayor or if there's something that you're involved with that you're always, corrupt. Mm-hmm. There's corruption involved. There's no just, we got to go to the community and waking people up. But once people wake up, then that's when the shit's going to hit the fan on a mass scale, And, I just, I hope going to Vegas, I've been talking to people, and I hope it's more about truth and awakening up and not being victim to the reality, to what's trying to be sold to you. I hope to bring new people and just hear different angles of different, just to challenge what's being presented, is a good thing. And it's exciting for me.
Yeah.
And, I used to follow Anonymous too. Anonymous was, before I woke up, Anonymous was, I thought was the greatest secret thing going on, with their little so-called truth drops. Mm-hmm. But then when I woke up, I figured out that they weren't dropping nothing. They weren't dropping shit. That's
right?
Not real truth, Yeah, you weren't telling me nothing, after all that. So it doesn't matter. All of it's corrupt. Anarchist or not, it doesn't matter. From roadways to, just the cost of building a small park in the city, the level of corruption that goes on with that. To change it is insane. It's something there has to be something from the top, down. And, that's what upsets me with, the whole Trump thing too, whether for him, against him, whatever, it doesn't matter. It's just that he promised to lock people up. And if he really wanted to lock people up, what gets me is that he was against the corruption, but there was nobody busted at any level, it seems like, in any small town, sheriff, mayor, governor around this country doing it. Just, maybe there was just so much against him. I don't believe in the voting thing. I think we're going to see firsthand, people are going to really wake up next year to that, more so than we already have. But yeah, I just think, it's just corrupt on every level.
Yeah.
It's just beyond. It's beyond.
I feel like there's probably, don't you think,
no government program.
Don't you think, though, that there's probably a lot of people, I just want to know, don't you think, though, that there's probably a lot of people who did get into government because they wanted to make a change, they wanted to make something better, and then they just end up becoming part of that system? because their hands are tied,
Yeah,
because there's too much
absolutely.
corruption. It's like you
Yeah,
have to
absolutely.
literally
'Cause when
clean
they
out
get
an
to that-
entire system and start from scratch, because the corruption is systemic.
Absolutely. There's not one government program that can be named at all that I can think of ever that is not fully corrupt now or a scam at some level. There's nothing. So they sold that to, of course we all fell for that, or our parents did, or our grandparents did, all these programs and things. They sounded good, but they just played on everybody's heartstrings. And I mean, the VA should be running like just so smooth, and everybody should be taken care of. But just to see that there's still levels of corruption or help or facility, just something like that alone, it's mind blowing.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, aren't we there to help them? And what's going on? And it's just we're all played right now. And she was talking about other countries and bringing people, teaching them on a whole another level. It doesn't matter. I use Nike as a good example. I don't like Nike. I don't like what they do, what they've come to, and the wealth that they've created for themselves in America, for athletes and sponsorships. And, but at the same time, there's no Nike facilities right here in the U.S. They're all overseas, paying these people horrible wages. They've been busted on sweat camps or whatever before in the past. So here you are, Nike, you're supporting athletes, but you're not here. You're not a factory. You're not supporting American families, sending kids to college, helping people buy homes in a community and building towns and helping out. You're just giving billions of dollars to athletes to wear your products. That's it. You're not helping America, but yet we think of Nike as American and we buy their products but they don't do nothing.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't send a family through school. They didn't buy a vehicle for their children or homes, or help somebody start a business because they worked there for 20 years. That ain't happening. They're overseas having children make their shoes and then giving that money, $20 million deals here, $45 million, $100 million contracts to these people that just do nothing. There's nothing good. So that's just an example I use. It's on us. The onus is on us to boycott, to not watch movies, to not buy products, to put it out there. And I think that the truth community does a good job in waking people up just on every level, from foods to flat earth. I don't know. I'll talk your head off. But thank you.
Yeah, totally.
But that's how I feel. I thank you for hearing me out and your Monday morning coffee talk, Sharon.
All right. Yeah. Thanks for calling.
Yeah, appreciate you. Bye-bye.
Bye. Yeah, man. Thanks for calling Coffee Talk. You're on with Karen B.
Hey, Queen B, how are you?
Hey, Dr. Law. Good to hear from you. How you doing?
Yeah, I've been quiet for a little while. But hey, the last two callers, I want to give them a big shout out. They're really on the mark. I have not spoken to any truther, and I've been a truther or digging into rabbit holes for over 20 years, Karen.
Mm-hmm.
I've never spoken to anyone who can see what I see, and they're kind of like on the cusp of it, trying to grasp what I can see, as far as government, as far as the system that we're in, enslavement system that we're in, that we put ourselves in. In my opinion, and in my vision, I don't think, and I'm not an anarchist. I don't believe in anything. I don't think we should have a government. We should have education. We need to get rid of all government. Like the guy said, every level of government is corrupt. People go in there thinking that they're trying to make a change, but here's the thing. Where did those people come from? Those people came into this world with a silver spoon in their mouths, trying to help people like us. You know, I came from a third world country, and there's poor people, and everyone in chat, they've probably been there, and we all experience the same thing. But then you have these people coming out with a silver spoon in their mouth, thinking they're going to make a change for us. I don't think the change should be from the top down. No. As they say, as above, so and as well as below, right? We need to start from the below and go up. And the main way we can do it is by waking people up to the reality. You know, flat Earth is a very big thing, but also waking people up to it. Once they learn about it, and once they find the creator, you know, it's going to be a whole, like you said, revolution, but it does not have to be violent revolution. We can turn this thing over, you know, around overnight, Karen. You know, we don't need that many, we need everyone to be in on it, but we don't need that many people to keep what we have going. You know, if we were a government-less system, you know, a very few, just for instance, let's say that the guy that was talking about Nike, a very few people with the right equipment and machinery can make shoes and clothing for millions.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, it's like, what was that, Buckminster Fuller, who says, you know, you can do a lot with just a little, you know, and that's the way it goes. And you see what we do at Flattoberfest, you know, just me and a couple other guys from the, you know, Kakalaki crew, we get there.
That's right.
We take a little bit of money, we buy the food, and through the help of everyone that's there who are willing to help, you know, some of them cannot cook, some of them don't want to cook, some of them want to eat, you know, and even those that don't want to eat, but yet they support us. We take that little bit of money we spent on food and grew it and made it bigger, and then we took our little bit of money back to cover ourselves, and then the rest of it we just gave out to the community. So just a little bit of us can help a lot of you.
Yeah.
Right? And everyone needs to have that kind of a awakening first before, you know, you just cannot go out and say, oh, I'm gonna do this, because when you do that, just like the lady that called before, she was with Anonymous thinking she was doing something good, then she hit the wall of reality and sees that, oh, this is nothing. Just like the guy after her and before me, he knew that Anonymous gave nothing that we already don't know ourselves. We know everything inside because we are, you know, it's inherent to us. It is innate to us in my thinking. You know, we know that we don't want to hurt another person. That's an innate, you know, intelligence. Right. We're not going to try to kill people. You know, we just want to breathe, drink, and eat just to survive, right? You know? But then there is a higher consciousness that you achieve that you can actually help another person, but you have to look at the long run. What I do and what I want to do is not for us. It's not for us, Karen. It's for our kids, grandkids. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. It's like
so
for
shout
all
out to
of
those
us.
two that called. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Oh yeah, I just want to shout out to those two that called in. I would love to meet up with them and talk with them, you know, and maybe solidify. You know, you remember the Star Trek episodes where they go to a planet that's filled with a society that is, you know, basically like they're like zombies, you know, but yet they're happy, you know, and Captain Kirk always finds out that it is a cult led by a leader, right? Well, that's my idea of how we should get there. You know, I think Captain Kirk was the evil one who wants to come in and infiltrate them and make his way, you know, change their way into his. his way is the corrupt one, but yet he's the good guy in every episode. But we don't see that. We've been, subconsciously taught that any other, they say utopian society is bad, right? Like a one world government. I don't think one world government or one world society is bad. I think it's great. But the way that we have been programmed to see it is not good. And I'm not a communist. I'm not a socialist. I'm not a ist. I'm not a ism. I'm not a ick or whatever name that you want to put on it. I'm not that. I am for us. But I'm here for the long run. I'm in the race. I'm in the human race. And I want everyone, without all the government, we could all be richer. We can all be more healthy. We can all be more happy. And we can all be like what was intended as brothers and sisters in this society that is in my mind that I'm trying to get out to people. And definitely the lady that called, she is right. And we need to just do one thing. That's to awaken people. And we need to stop bickering back and forth about flat earth with these globetards who are nothing but trolls. We need to wake them up and just get our proof. We have the proof. Let them debunk it, and just go on with that. Don't try to, do all these debates because people love drama, and that's what the debates are. I listen to them all the time. I listen to debates just to get my own arguments in order. But until people wake up, we can't do anything. And that's why, I like to go out and do activism, but I don't do it by myself. I don't have the balls to do that. That's why I always follow on, that Flat Fellow, Free Flow, and with you and everyone in the crew, Kakalaki crew. I don't go out there by myself, but I do try to make an effort. And I challenge everyone to do the same thing. Whether it's with their friends and family. I talk to my friends all the time, and they start to think I'm crazy, but some of them are starting to listen to what I'm saying, just by my actions, and they know what kind of person I am as well. I think you know too, but I'm just not trying to put anyone down, but I just think that we need to step up our game and awaken more. Okay?
Yeah, well, we can try. I'm trying.
Yes. That's the way. We have to try for the future generations. That's my rant, Queen Bee, and I love this kind of talk about those two that just came on the show and I was talking about the government and stuff. I love that kind of thing. That's what I want to do. Flat Earth is number one, but then we got to awaken people to reality. And then let's start, from the bottom up, not from the top down, okay? Because we'll be just like them.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, but that's all I have, Queen Bee. It's a great show. I'm listening.
All right, thanks, Law. Thanks for calling. And for everything
all right, much love to everyone in chat. I'll talk to you guys later.
All right. Yeah. Yeah, I think I agree with that for most of it. I don't know about the whole one world thing though. That kind of one world thing kind of scares me. I don't like the way that the New World Order is trying to push their one world thing, and I know Dr. Law doesn't mean it that way, but I like the idea of each region sort of keeping its identity. I think one of the things that is getting lost is like these cultures, right? These different cultures and these different experiences that you can get by going to these different countries, right? They have different types of clothing, their architecture looks different, their language is different, their food is different. And I feel like that is the beauty of this plane, right? Like that's like some of the coolest things. And I think, in my mind, when I hear one world, I feel like stuff like that gets lost. And I'm sure Law doesn't mean it that way, but I would like to see, that sort of old world where, this country is this experience and that country is that experience. You know what I mean? Like that's like the natural sort of variety that's here, right? The point of travel. Yeah, I know you don't mean it like that, but that's just what sticks out in my mind. So I just had to like clear. Got to work out soon. Have to stay dead sexy for the listeners. Hi, Mark. Is your hand tattoo real or hen? They're real. They are real. Balderson. Damn it, someone don't get that shit started again. There's a flat earth book that sits on the dock of every courthouse ready to be sworn upon. Come on, guys, we got this. Yeah, exactly. Q is a trail of pissed on breadcrumbs. Government is here to rule you and not serve you. There is no governmental solution. Power corrupts. I agree with that. See, government, even what the word government means, it means mind control. Govern is control and ment is mind. Control your mind. I mean, it's only there for control. Natural law is what protects, is already there. Natural law already exists. It's pretty simple. Don't hurt people. Don't steal from people. Work for yourself. Work for your stuff. Do what you can. Contribute in ways you can. I mean, and everybody needs help now and then. And here's what the beautiful thing is, like, even amongst, anarchists and stuff, like if somebody needs help, they don't have to go to the government for help. Like they could just be like, I need help. I'm having a hard time. And people will help you because, if you're around good people, good moral people, they won't just let you fall to the wayside. They will help. They will work to help you. Second world countries used to be the Soviet Union. Yeah. Where was that comment that I saw that was a really good comment? This one from The Unwanted Man. Every person is supposed to learn self-governance through education and discipline. The only justifiable government starts with the individual and proceeds outwardly from there. See, it's like, it's like the job of the parent to teach. This is what I'm saying. It's like our job to teach our children right from wrong and how things are supposed to go, how to behave, how to be a good person in the world. And if you don't, then you end up with these sort of what we're going on today with a bunch of adults who were essentially raised by the state and they all act like a bunch of shitheads. I mean, there's still good people. There's plenty of good people around, but there's also a lot of shitty people. It's because they were raised in this crappy beast system. Everyone forgets about Second World. Oh, the fake cultures? What do you mean fake cultures? How is that fake? Now you think cultures are fake? We outsourced education to the slave masters, right? They put women in the workplace so they couldn't be at home to raise the babies, and then they put the babies in the care of the state. This is what I'm saying. Like, no, we can't change things overnight because things didn't become this way overnight either. It's like you have to spend just as much time undoing something, maybe even more, depending on what it is you did. And boy, this is a doozy, as you did doing something, right? So it's just like they say it takes like 1 or 2 generations to, sort of instill an idea in people to like brain, to make it like the norm, to have the parents teaching their children these introduced sort of ideas and values. And that we have to do that in reverse, right? We have to teach our children what's been going on and how things really need to be, and bring them back to the natural law side and to the living in tune with the creation and nature, instead of being against everybody and being selfish and being materialistic and all that bullshit. Hans and Franz still personal trainers. Parents are the only legitimate government, right? Right, yeah. If you understand that we are all reset people and brings culture into question. See, this is why I don't like this bullshit. Because now it's just like, well, everything's fake. Where you're just going into the complete opposite. If you understand we're all reset people and brings culture into question, right? So we're all reset people, so everything's fake, everything, none of it means shit, nothing that these people have been doing for generations as part of their culture that you think is fake means anything anymore then. So then what the fuck? What the fuck is anything then? What is real? Like, see, this is why I don't like these resets, these multiple resets, simulation, I mean, you might as well have just stayed on the globe and just stayed a nihilistic piece of shit, dust stuck to a soggy space pear in an infinite vacuum, because nothing's real. There's no natural culture. There's no natural creativity from human spirits or civilizations or anything like that. All of it's bullshit. None of it means anything. There's just no validity to anything then, whatever. This is why I don't like this crap. This is why I don't buy into that sort of rhetoric. It's why I don't go there. Because where does it end? Where does it end? Cultures are made up. Why? Well, but the people make them up. The groups of people who live together to their own devices make them up. That's what I'm saying. Like, those people, that is something that they organically created, and they identify themselves in that. But who made it up? Who made it up? So if you have a group of, so before internet technology, you had all these different groups of people living in different countries, different regions, all over the plane, not in contact with each other. And so them just being sort of isolated, those groups in and of themselves develop cultures. And that way it's made up. But what do you think? Do you think that cultures are made up, like as in somebody assigned these people a culture, like an outside influence? Like, I don't understand what you mean. I don't understand. The devil doesn't have any power, only influence. Those that get influence gives it power. Counter influence is the only way to combat the devil. Why Hindus got elephants on the religion and Mayans have jaguars, right? Because the Hindus live where there's elephants and the Mayans live where there's jaguars. They're influenced by the natural realm around them. I forgot to mention that I want to have a meetup in June at my brother's pool house. Either the 10th or... You do whatever day you want to do. I can't ever plan that far ahead. Thanks for calling Coffee Talk. You're on with Karen B.
Hey, Karen. So when you look at a lot of this one world stuff, the funny thing is a lot of people that push it, like the real love and light heavy community, they also don't realize that that is direct descendant from the Theosophical Society. This was all a huge push by them. If you actually look it up, if you look up Alice Bailey, they call her the mother of the New Age movement. And like the entire, like the Great White Brotherhood was made up by them. I mean, straight up made up. They just put all that together, taking like, basically Blavatsky was a rich kid that went around and did all the guru sessions of all the different cultures, and then said they're all the same because I read a couple books, but she never practiced any of these cultures. And so that entire push for that narrative, that all comes from the Theosophical Society. Like the idea that even in California, that people in LA would have the same laws and same culture as people up here in the mountains or the people down in the farm areas, that's insane. Like, we don't live at all the same, and because of that, like, when you listen to city people argue about it, in their mind, a gun is only used to shoot a person for self-defense. They can't possibly imagine that somebody would be out in a field in the middle of the night because a family of mountain lions has wandered into your herd of animals, and like, nobody has any reason to need a semi-automatic or need more than, however many rounds it is that they think that they should have. I want all the rounds, and I want them to come out really fucking fast. Things are killing my farm, endangering my family. Mm-hmm. And so, because we live in entirely different situations, like, they obviously are never going to have to experience that. So the only thing that they can imagine having to shoot a gun at is some intruding human. Two different cultures. And that's part of why that argument never goes anywhere, because it's people living entirely different ways, and we're trying to make laws for a giant area where all kinds of people live entirely differently. But that's all cultures developed from. And I really like that one gentleman's comment when the heathens, they lived tribally, where they didn't have kings, and they didn't have large groups like that. Mm-hmm. And all men were free men. And if you didn't want to agree with what other people were going to do, you didn't have to be involved in it. Like, nope, I don't like that. I'm not doing it.
Right.
And there was a general set of rules that most of us understand. Don't rape each other. Don't kill each other. Don't steal each other's things. Nobody likes that.
Right.
Like, and I honestly don't even consider that natural law, because that we are above what nature is. Like, I live in nature. A lot of these people that talk about things like that and talk about nature in certain ways, they don't live out in it. Nature is rugged. Everything in nature steals, rapes, kills. They are not. Nature is not passive. Anything passive in nature gets raped, stolen from, killed. Like, it's how it works. Even like true. Ducks. My ducks would run around raping each other all day. So as people, we have the capacity to do better and do worse, because you also don't see animals, except for cats, doing things extremely vindictively. They're just, they're just living. Mm-hmm. Cats are another story. They're something else, right? But we also have the capacity to where we can do good, make up an entire philosophy of good. We can also make up entire philosophies of bad. But anytime you get too overwhelming of an area in that one world thing, that, again, is just a huge push from these same people who went around and decided they could just mush a bunch of things together and made up so much stuff. The Weaving Spiders and I are working on a huge presentation we're going to put together for this. Wayne McCroy is talking to us about it. It's really excellent. See the map where they've taken, and including things like Carl Jung, where if you look pre-Carl Jung, even like Blavatsky and them don't have alchemist on their resumes because nobody practiced alchemy. And then Carl Jung looked at some old books and said, yeah, that's like the thing I think. I'm doing alchemy. And he was never actually an alchemist. And since then, everybody's an alchemist because they all practice his alchemy. Like they aren't talking about actual alchemy. And so they're getting it from a dude that never practiced it, that read some books that likened it to his psychology. And everybody's like, I'm an alchemist now. And so all this was all one time period. They pulled in all kinds of pagan things and just mushed everything together, and none of it's right. Even like in India, the people think that Blavatsky and them were just tools of royal suppression. They don't believe any of the things that she said, and she's supposedly some expert on it and lived over there and all this. That's not the way the people see her. It's the way the media presented it. But it's dumb. I mean, I'm not saying that there should be war, but like even as a kid, I'm from a very small town. The kids in Groton hated the kids in Webster. Really loved the girls in Webster for some reason. Hated the boys. The guys in Webster were assholes, but you totally wanted to hook up with their chicks. And when you got older and your region expanded, like when I went to high school and was a young adult in Minnesota, and it was this huge competition with Wisconsin, and blah, blah, blah. It's always, and then if you become more worldly, it just moves on and on. So those are all natural things. Borders are natural things. It's the thing that we've got to get beyond is just that whole live and let live. And I do agree that we can't just do this overnight because that will create a vacuum of power where everybody's so used to being governed that even if we get rid of this government, which I'm all about, it will immediately, that vacuum will get filled because people haven't been prepared for it at all. They are just horribly dependent.
Yeah.
And so the next person to come in is probably going to be worse.
Yeah. Yeah, it will definitely be.
Yeah, good time.
Yeah. Well, let me ask you this question. What do you think about the culture thing? The culture's being made up. Is culture real? Do people have... I
think that's nonsense.
Yeah.
I think that's nonsense. I think that, can you tell... Why would the people who lived in Northern Europe, who lived in very specific conditions where it's mountainous, very forested... why would those people see things in the same way as people from the Mediterranean where it's very desert-like, things like that? Why would they see things the same as people in North America? Even the different native tribes, like even in Northern Europe, the Germanic tribes, they had different subset beliefs because they saw things different because the world was different to them. The way they interacted with it was different. One of the huge things in the Havamal is if a man shows up at your door, you have to let them in, and you're obligated. And then they get first place by your fire and a bowl of food and a horn of meat. And that's because out in the conditions that they lived in, if you turn that dude away, there's a good chance he's dead before he gets to the next house.
Right.
Or hopefully that dude's a little bit more generous. And so that was a huge deal in our culture. Like, nobody wants to even talk to you or be around you if you're like that. You're gonna get, and we weren't about putting people in jail. They'd just throw them out of society. Very pragmatic, not really about doing things to other people or punishing them. Like, the thing that they would do is reject them. You can't come back. If you come back, somebody will kill you. Like, anybody can kill you for anything. You just leave. Get the fuck out of here. Actually, the Vinland Saga, Eric the Red, he was famous for that. He got kicked out of a couple communities for being. It's hilarious. One of the first lines of the Vinland Saga is like, "There were some killings." That's the entire explanation of it. There were some killings. Yep, it happens. And so, but get out of here. We don't want to live with you, man. Like, and so different cultures are going to do things and celebrate things differently. That's just natural for different areas. Like I said, on the mountain up here, we're going to see some things one way. We're going to have one set of laws. Life's going to be entirely different than down in LA, where the seasons mean different things to them. What they do during those seasons, how it all the entire interaction with how they interact with the earth, and that's part of why we all have different cosmologies and theologies, but why they're all kind of vaguely the same. We're all interacting with nature, but we're interacting with our microbiome of nature. I couldn't also take a plant from grow zone 9A and go throw it down in a 3B and expect those seeds to just immediately take off and grow no problem. Because it's there's different microbiomes for the plants, there are different microbiomes for the people. We interact with nature differently. Mm-hmm. And that's beautiful. It really is. This homogenization from the pagan side, we call these people universalists, where it's all just kind of mushing together and into one thing. Mm-hmm. That all that did was kill the flavor of all the things. Now they're all just one gross thing.
Exactly.
Yeah, that doesn't really work for anybody.
No. I think it's it's the same reason the landscape looks different. Just different places have different energy, have different things, you have to live your life differently in different regions, even like some of the clothings these people wear. Like, why do you think the Middle Easterners wear these robes? It's because it's fucking hot there. They live in the desert. So that's their garb, and it's become part of their culture because of where they live. Like, I can't believe that people think that culture is not real. I'm sorry, I can't believe y'all think that's not real.
Yeah, that's super, super weird. I mean, even like take Emily Moyer. I love that chick. She thinks the city is the best. The buzz of the city, the literal buzz, just enlivens her. She thinks it's great. And I'm like, that's my feeling. I'm like, I can't sleep when I go into the city. I feel like I'm sleeping in a bee's hive. Everything's bright and blinky and buzzy. Yeah. I don't. It just like, I can't even think. And she thinks it's great. And we have wonderful conversations, and we come at them from different angles, and a lot of times come to the same conclusion. But we don't want to live the same way. We don't celebrate the same things.
Exactly.
And that's okay. It's beautiful.
Exactly. So, all right. Yeah. Thank you. I want to make
all
sure
right.
I'm not the only one who thinks
love you, Karen.
All right, love you too. Talk to you later.
Later.
Thanks for calling Coffee Talk. You're on with Karen B.
Hey, Karen B. How are you?
Great. How are
Brian
you?
O.
Who?
I'm not too bad. Huh?
Who is it? Brian?
This is Brian O.
Brian
yeah.
O. Okay. Brian O'Shea? What
you recognize my...
Yes. What did you call to yell at me about today?
Oh, yell at you. Come on. You know that I don't just yell at people. We're here to... It's one world. Isn't that what they just talked about? Isn't that Blavatsky talks about? One love?
One love? I don't know.
No. That sounds a little too cupcakey. Let's not be too sweet to each other.
Right.
Have you heard that term? Cupcake? Camp cupcake? You familiar with that?
No, that's a new one. Is that anything like Camp Snowflake?
Yeah. It's probably, they probably go to dances together and hold hands. The cupcakers and the snowflakes. But then there's also a term now, don't mind my derogatoriness here, but it's called hug-a-buddy, fuck-a-buddy. You ever heard that one?
No.
yeah, it's kind of like a snowflakey, cupcakey thing. It's like, oh, we're gonna hug each other and fuck each other and not really do anything to change the world. We're just gonna talk about it.
Ah, okay. Interesting.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I kind of just joined the show, so I don't know if there was a theme. We got any themes going on? I just heard Ben Balderson. I could go off what he was talking. He's pretty cool.
There's not really a theme, but we ended up talking about cultures a little bit because we're talking about, yeah, we did get on the one world subject, and I mentioned that I thought that it made me think about cultures being washed out, people losing their language, losing their identity as a people. And then somebody said cultures weren't real, and I just don't agree with that.
Yeah, there's something strange going on with this mainstream, obviously mainstream history. So like, if mainstream history is saying that this is how cultures do it, blah blah blah. How do I articulate this? My thoughts on it. I'm not even sure. I'm just all, if I think mountains are melted bricks, buildings, then culture has to be wrapped up in there somewhere. But see, I'm trying to force that conversation. You know, I want to go there, but
you still think
have to go there.
No. Well, I mean, why would we go there? It's like, why?
I heard you say, you still think that crazy nonsense? That's what you're thinking. I'm telling you. See, I'm in Vegas right now. That's where Flattoberfest gonna be this year. It's in October or something? Probably.
Yes. It's
Flattober.
true. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, I'm in Vegas at the moment. Who knows what I'll be in October, but yeah, it's beautiful mountains out here. And I'm telling you, man, I was just in Arizona. So I don't know. We don't have to get in an argument, but yes, I feel like, yes, I believe that, I happen to believe, I know it's crazy. I used to think it was crazy too. We've had this conversation a million times, but as strange as that may sound, the earth isn't round. Mountains are brick buildings. Who the fuck would have thought that?
Okay, but who made the brick buildings? Where did the bricks come from?
That's a good question. What came first, the chicken or the egg?
Who was living in these brick buildings?
Did the world start? Okay, let me start there. Let me go at it like this, and I'm going to where you're going. Okay, the world started at some point, right? Now, okay, do you agree with the cycles, like golden, silver, bronze, iron, and then in Hinduism it would be...
Are those ages,
Satya,
or wouldn't that be like aren't those considered ages, not cycles? I mean, I don't know. Do I agree with ages?
Well, in Hinduism, it's literally a wheel. And like that, they talk about the wheel of time. Cycles within cycle. Everything's a cycle. I mean, if you're not on the cycle tip, we could have a conversation about that too.
Well, I agree that the universe is cyclical. Yes, I just don't see where the melted brick buildings fit into that cycle.
You don't see where what fits into the cycle?
Melted brick
buildings.
Ages?
No, I'm getting there. Just give me a second. Give me one little second here. But I just want to point something out. So in Hinduism, they got, we're talking gold and silver, bronze, iron, and you got Satya, Treta, Dwapara, Kali. These are the yugas. We're talking Hinduism. We're talking ancient Eastern knowledge, wisdom. So that's a cycle. So my question to you is, so you acknowledge these cycles, right? Obviously, you just said you do, right? You acknowledge that these cycles exist, these ages.
Well, I don't know if an age is the same as a cycle. But I know that there is cycles, yes.
Right. So if you have a golden age, if you have a silver age, if you have a bronze age, and you have an iron age, they happen in a time and a season, right? That kind of repeat. So what would you say the age that we were in now, if you had to assign it one of those metals properties?
Man, I don't know.
Okay. I would chat, what age do you think we're in? I think most people in this community are going to say the Iron Age, which would be the worst, right? We're definitely not in a golden era if you look around. Probably not in a silver. We're probably not even in a bronze. It feels like the worst of the worst. They're fucking, what's going on in this world seems like the worst of the worst. It's like hell on earth almost.
Yeah.
Which would the Iron Age would be.
Yeah.
right? And Iron Age, according to the Yugas, would be the shortest cycle, right? Whatever time is. And time starts to get a little funky in the golden era, as I understand. Like time doesn't really exist, whatever that means. And it's hard to comprehend the golden era because we're so far from it. You know what I mean? All right. And let me say one more thing before I get back to the melted bricks. So now another thing is, have you heard of the millennial reign of Christ? Have you heard of a type of age like that?
Yes.
What do you understand about that?
I know that there's a big debate amongst Christians on whether or not we are living before or after the millennial reign of Christ, and there's actually a lot of people who believe that Tartarian stuff, that is evidence that there was already the millennial reign of Christ, and now we're in after that part. But I personally don't subscribe to that, but still being investigated.
And what is the millennial reign of Christ?
It's like when Christ comes and saves the earth. I don't know. What is it? Supposed to come down and reign, right? He's supposed to reign for 1,000 years, and life's supposed to be good, right? Isn't that what it is?
You said Christ came here for 1,000 years and life was good.
No, I'm saying, isn't that what the Christ millennial reign is, right? He's supposed to come down, and I haven't got that far in the Bible yet. So I don't really know. I haven't got that far yet. I'm still in the beginning.
Okay. Well, I've read the whole Bible, but I'm not, whatever that's worth, how much I comprehended. A lot of numbers and oxen and family names in there, but a good book, a lot of good stories. I don't mean to I'm not downgrading it like that. It is the book, a book. A lot of books. Religions. The millennial reign of Christ. So the way and I'm not an expert on it. That's why I'm kind of half asking, just to see your interpretation as well. But the way I would look at it is whether a Christ, the Christ, or it's like a Christed time, how we feel like there's an ascension of consciousness going on right now. You could say we're on our way to more Christed spirits, like there's some sort of separation, winnowing process going on right now. Like either you could see it or you can't, all these tests. Either you're going to put the mask on or you're not. You're going to take that jab or you're not. There's all these little tests to see where you're at spiritually. You know what I mean? To see if you're going to be able to allowed to keep going, or you got to come back and give it another shot until you figure it out. So where I'm going with that and how this applies to melted bricks, but we're going to just stay on the millennial thing for a second. So if there was a time where either a Christed being came down and the whole world was changed somehow, there was some sort of unity, there was some sort of good spirit, there was some sort of golden era, right? So if we have cycles within cycles, right? Just like those Russian dials, you have a bunch of dials within dials, and that's how this world works. These gears, like almost a sky clock and these eclipses. To me, it seems like a gear system almost. That's how I feel about eclipses. I know I'm going around a little bit. I'll try to be a little more concise, but I'm talking about cycles within the cycle. So if you have a smaller cycle, so say you could go from an age of iron, right, where it's terrible, and all of a sudden a millennial reign of Christ could come. I don't know how that works, how they could butt up against one another, because that is a theory that there was a millennial reign of Christ, which I guess would be 1,000 years, and you could consider it, in my eyes, like a golden era, like a heaven on earth type situation. Okay, and if that was butted up against a more like the worst age, there would be a transitional period as you go from an iron to a golden age, and you go from a golden to an iron age, which may have happened. It may happen like that somehow with this shit, which is strange because that'd be like going directly from winter to summer and skipping spring and fall and all that intermediary. So I don't know exactly how this shit works, but let me just say this: if there was in the somewhat recent future a millennial reign of Christ that is now butted up to a short season of Satan. Are you familiar with that term, a short season of Satan?
Mm-hmm.
And what do you understand about that?
Not very much. Honestly, I haven't gone into that very much.
Right. And I'm right there with you. It's not like I've researched this, blah, blah, blah. I've heard the terms, and I'm just going to give you what my understanding of it is. So if you have a millennial reign of Christ butted up to what is now what I would consider a short season of Satan, which thank God it's short, and thank God it feels like it's at the end of that short season. To me, it feels like we're butted up against something where some sort of change, some sort of new age. Now, whether that age is going to be another golden era, or whether we're going to go from an iron to a bronze, which would make more sense as we look at things naturally in nature, the cycles of seasons. Talk about cycles within cycles. You got your lunar cycles, which is a 30-day cycle. You got your yearly cycles, which is going to have your 4 seasons, and the cycles within that, the seasons, winter, fall, spring, summer. You know, all these different cyclical things. So if we're in a short season of Satan currently, that is most likely coming to an end.
Isn't that supposed to be before?
Budded up to a,
yeah, isn't the short season of Satan? Isn't that supposed to come right before the millennial reign of Christ?
Right. So there's some sort of connection where they're together, right? So whether there was a short season of Satan before, what I suspect was some sort of millennial reign of Christ in our somewhat near past, somewhat recent past. There was most likely, in my opinion, a millennial reign of Christ based on when I look at the mountains and how I feel about them, and when I look at old buildings and old architecture that doesn't make sense based on mainstream history. Some of these buildings that are just so glorious, like these World's Fairs, what was going on with those type of buildings and those types of electricities and the free energy, and people talked about it. Like David Weiss, the flat earther, when he talked to that lady Rose, who was at a World's Fair, and she said the light was so brilliant she couldn't believe it. I remember that conversation at the nursing home with the woman who was having a flat earth conversation with Dave. Do you know what I'm talking about, Rose?
Yes.
Have you seen that video?
Yes.
Right. So she was saying she was at a World's Fair and the light that she saw was so brilliant. Matter of fact, she was saying that, like, you know what I'm saying? It's not like she was saying, oh, and then eventually I saw New York City and it was the same light. No, it was some sort of different light. It was probably a free energy type of light. And it probably was a different, more brilliant, wonderful light. That was probably less harsh in your eyes, just like these lights they got now. They want everything the LED, whatever screens we're looking at, these harshness lights. It's probably a more pure, a more healing type of light, right? Just like when you go into these cathedrals and these churches and these organs, there's a healing centers. There's more ways to be healed, to have health. Whereas now there's more ways of destruction. You got your 5G towers, you got this type of energy, that type of thing, you got the phone on you. This phone I'm holding near to my face, probably hurting me somehow. Whereas in these more golden eras, these more different eras, there was more, a million different ways to be healthy and get helpful things around you. Whereas now it's inverted. Everything's death. It's a death base. It's a short season of Satan. Everything is inverted. Everything's, some sort of perversion in every way, shape, and form, including sexual. You know what I mean? So, and I'm not talking that in a prudish way. I'm talking that in a you know where I don't need to name words. They want to add that P to that LGBTQ. They want that fucking P in there.
Right.
And they could these are suckers of Satan's cock. They could get fucking beheaded, these fucking scumbags. You know what I mean? So we don't have to go there, but
yeah.
There was some killing. What did he just say? There was some killing. Yeah, casually. Yeah, casually. There was some fucking killing. I'll casually fuck. Whatever. We don't have to go there, but so if we are currently in a short season of Satan, and if there was in a somewhat recent history a millennial reign of Christ, heaven on earth, which is hard to comprehend, while we're currently in a short season of Satan. Do you understand how those juxtaposition of those things and how it could be hard to fathom certain things based on currently what we're living in? Do you understand? Do you think you could comprehend what a heaven on earth would actually look like? Do you seriously think you could comprehend that? A true golden era, a true heaven on earth, what it would feel like, and what you would have to, the spirituality you would have to within you to even exist, to even have an opportunity to be born in that type of situation, to be walking around in that type of situation? Do you understand? Do you think you have a clue as to how that works? And I'm saying you do or don't, but do you presume to have a clue as to what that would look like?
No.
Okay. I appreciate your honesty, because that would be a difficult thing to look at. And I'm not forcing you to put that type of answer in there, because maybe we could envision it. Maybe if you thought of something that was beautiful, heaven on earth, maybe there would be lots of buildings all over, and not everything was wonderful and free, and we didn't have to talk to each other. It was just telepathy, and I knew you so well, and you knew me so well that we walked up to, we were completely in love with each other. It didn't have to be sexual, but if we wanted to have sex, the sex was probably insanely fucking. We can't even imagine it, what it was like. They say sex is the law in the golden era. I don't even know what the fuck that means. Do you have any clue what that could possibly mean? Sex is the law?
No.
Do you have any clue what that could possibly mean? right? Okay, well, I have a hard time comprehending it myself. Because here it's sex. Oh my God, sex. Sex is the law. You know, that's, oh my God, that's so taboo. What are you talking about? Sex is the law. Well, maybe there's something to it. And I don't fully understand it. I heard Crow 777 say it one time, and it's been stuck in my head. I've been trying to contemplate it. You know, they say meditation used to be more of a contemplation. You're fucking figuring out the world. You're thinking about the world. You're just sitting there thinking, contemplating, not sitting there meditating, trying to be duh. I mean, meditation's cool. I've had samadhi experiences from just focusing on my breath, imagining the universe as pulling the air out and pushing the air in. And it forced me into a samadhi situation where I felt incredibly connected to everything, which is a beautiful, blissful experience that I hope everyone gets to experience, because I could tap into that and know that I could give that to myself. So that could take desires away a little bit and give you more, when you don't have so much desire, you have more, what's the word? Not appreciation or attentiveness. It's acceptance. If you're not desiring, you're accepting of the situation, right? If I don't have the right girl that I want, you know, if I feel like I need a certain hot girl and certain type of sex to complete me right now, that's desire, right? But if I know I have that shit within me to feel whatever I think I can get from that girl, it's within me. My cup is full. My cup is running over. So that
I'm just gonna have to stop that. I was just waiting for the melted brick thing to circle back. And it just didn't. It just didn't. So, anyway, moving on. Woo, doggy. Hey, Lord Racer. Welcome to Based. Appreciate you, and thank you for gifting 5 memberships to the channel. Shout out to you, Lord Racer. Thank you for your support. Oh my goodness. I mean, I just don't even know what to say. What kind of... I feel like if you were to like follow that stream of consciousness, it would look like a plate of spaghetti. Man, I'll tell you what. Melted bricks. Yeah. If you didn't want to listen to Dude, You Are Broken, But We Find You. That was Brian O'Shea. He's a weirdo who talks to Paul Enslaved about threesomes with Karen B and Rose. Does he really? Does he really? Is that a thing that Brian, do you really call Paul Enslaved and talk to him about weird having threesomes with me and Rose 777? Because that's just weird, dude. Weird. Oh my god. Wow. Yeah, that's weird, dude. Why would you do that? And why do you think that, like... Just, why? No. Zero interest at all whatsoever. Yeah, that just got so weird. Isn't that funny? I feel like this show is turning on to almost like a real coffee shop where like you're hanging out and you're having this cool conversation and then some weird guy walks in and just starts saying all this crazy shit and everybody's just like, what? Millennial reign of Christ era could produce insane architecture and buildings that could melt and become mountains. Could. Yeah, it could. You're right, it could. It could also be a big steaming pile of bullshit. I mean, what do you think the chances are? Do you think it's more or less than 50-50? You think it's 50-50? Or less? What's the percentage of could be mountains that melted or buildings that got melted and became mountains, or bullshit? You're a little girl, not a woman. Karen ran from truth. Okay. How many people in chat think that by me stopping that call, I am running away from truth? Because I thought a bunch of you said thank you. Finally, thank you. So let's see. LOL, he's too far gone. Sussy, Beka, Brian O. Hot sex is the law, dude. Then once I turn the thank you, Karen B, thank you. Laugh my ass off. Oh my god. Thank you. About time. Thank you, Karen. Thank you, Jeebus, says Melodome. Take a breather after that. Yeah. My ear just heard. Yeah. You know what's funny is every time I log on and like start this stream, I have a completely different idea of how the stream's gonna go than the way it actually goes. It almost never goes the way that I think it's gonna go. Like literally never. It's always so different than what I imagine. Thanks, hun. Yeah. Karen's a little girl. To him, that's gross. The little girl, I'm a little girl that you want to have a threesome with? You're just a fucking... You're a mess, dude. Brian, no offense, dude, but you are a fucking mess. I don't understand. Like, you can't even stay focused on a thought without going... Every time you call in, it seems like you just start... You start talking about stuff, and then you start talking about weird sex stuff. I don't really care if you don't approve. I don't really care if you don't agree with I just don't care. I don't even know what to think about that. Like, what do you do with that? What do you do with something like that? You know, I like taking calls and I like talking to people. Like, I saw him call. He even had called... And it said Brian O'Shea, and then I didn't pick it up because I had a bunch of callers on, so I picked up other callers, knowing that when I pick up Brian O'Shea's phone call, it's going to go fucking sideways real fast. So then he calls back on a different number that just says Chicago, right? Like, I don't know if it's like your same phone number or what. I didn't look to see if the number was the same, but you could tell he calls me on a different number that doesn't say Brian O'Shea. And so I pick it up, and it's Brian. You know, which is fine. Like, But it always just goes fucking sideways, dude. Devolves into this. Right? Maybe I should stop taking calls. I'm a little girl sometimes, Mark. Ha ha ha. Can you leave so I can gift some more memberships? Dude. It needed to be done. Yeah, well, you know. Welcome to Coffee Talk with Karen B, where shit just goes sideways. All I know is I hope Clash with Bao is lurking now he's done streaming. Well, Bao called in. We talked to Bao. All right, we got another caller. Thanks for calling Coffee Talk. You're on with Karen B.
Hi, Karen. It's Marcus. I'm going to try to straighten this shit out for you. I know that mud floods are a hot topic for you, but I'll stay away from that. What I really wanted to call about was the fact that recently I took a look at the websites that promise you freedom financially, and the one that I was plugging got complicated. So I made a video on my channel, which is Party Poet 2012 on YouTube, or Party Poet. I forget actually. It's my first video ever, so I don't even know what my channel name is, but I think it's Party Poet 2012 because that's my email. But regardless, I straightened it out because it would be easier to bring people together into a movement if they were all financially, literally free. And the government is literally hiding $300 million per person on you without telling you. And so I basically straightened out the video because they made it complicated. And so I made it less complicated. If you watch my video, it's about a half hour long. And, you know, I thought personally that the most important thing is to try to figure out where heaven is. I mean, it's nice to know that the earth is flat. Personally, I think there's a whole lot of land that they're hiding on us, because if you take a look at even the flat earth map, on one side of the map, there's absolutely no land. It's like barren, just open ocean.
Yeah, the Pacific.
And if you ever take a look at how they but if you take a look at how they form, you know, crystalline in a sort of round dish, it forms everywhere. And so I figure whatever form our creators used to form the land that we live on, it would have been like pretty much everywhere. So that big chunk that is missing in the ocean, like you said, the Atlantic, basically, I'm thinking that when they moved here in 1750, and they had the gold that they basically plastered on the Georgia Guidestones right from the start, and that's why I'm saying they have the same ruling class was ruling everybody in all the continents, and they've been pushing the wrong history and everything on us. And I don't know how, you know, science is supposed to work, because, you know, they hid everything on us. They told us if you look up, you can see time backwards, and if you look into a microscope, you can see things that we only can imagine. Well, actually, maybe that came out wrong, but, you know, nobody's ever seen the atom, yet they told us everything about it. So clearly we don't know. But I do know that there's technology they're hiding on us. I do know that through my own research, they do have teleporters, which they're using willy-nilly. It's not like, you know, they're using it for whatever benefits they wish. Can't really prove it, It's really hard to point fingers at top secret programs that, the only way you're going to find out about them is talking to people in the program, and they don't even know they're in the program. And if you mention it to them, they'll run away. So it makes it really hard to have those conversations. But I think teleporters are there, and that basically when they came here, they just took a huge chunk of land for themselves, because we all see artists dropping like flies at 27 or 44, 32, picking magic numbers. But I'm thinking that there was a contract made with them that you go fool the masses for so long, and then afterwards we'll just kill you, close casket, and then you'll go live on that chunk of land that they're hiding on us. Because all the big artists, like Jim Morrison, what's his name, John Lennon, Elvis, they're all closed caskets. You could have had anything in there. Who's to say that they didn't go on an island and lived out the rest of their life going, you know what, I did my thing. I sang the songs to make people think that Jesus is fucking real and that heaven is up. And that's pretty much all they're really trying to push. They're really, I think, trying to push that when you die, you want to go up. I'm hoping that you could talk, a little bit about that on your religious scriptures, as far as like which way, if heaven is supposed to be inside the firmament, are you supposed to, and according to everybody, when you die, you may be going past the firmament. So I'm trying to kind of figure out, make a game plan for when I drop dead. I hope I don't drop dead in my sleep, because then I won't even know if it's a dream or if it's real, and I might go up by accident, because I'm really hoping I don't. Because I know that all the Satanists are basically pushing, the one agenda they're really seriously pushing is when you drop dead, you want to go up. And if you've been told that your whole life, if you meet what you think is your loved one, which, by the way, I'm trying to figure out, or ask people, is why is your loved one still in the waiting area and they didn't go up? Why did they want to choose to stick around to wait for you, and only then when you show up, now they want to go up with you? Why didn't they go up before? Is what I'm kind of, the question that I would have. Because, personally, if it's me, when I drop dead, I want to basically go to the afterlife. And, everybody who keeps thinking about reincarnation means that at one point you were in a room where you were extremely happy. Whatever it was, you were extremely, and then you chose to go to get the hell beat out of you and suffer for whatever reason. While you're suffering, what if on the way you decide to sell your soul, and now you can't even make it back to the happy room? So if you've been kicked enough, like one of the rock stars, I forget which one, said, you suffer through this long enough, you're going to be willing to sign your name in blood to speed things up. And the only way you'll make it in the Hollywood industry is if you basically go for the satanic worship. And the key to satanic worship, not that I'm thrilled about it, but it's basically pedophilia and mostly child cannibalism. But if you look at every single rock star, on the way up, a really close loved one dropped dead. And like in Jim Carrey's case, it would be like one of his kids drops dead, and all of a sudden he's in a Hollywood summer blockbuster. And he was in 4 summer Hollywood blockbusters for the price of 3 kids. Because he basically, he buried all his kids for summer Hollywood blockbusters. And that would make you go bonkers. And if you listen to this guy whenever he's like live in person without something scripted, he's completely off his rocker. Because I would go off my rocker too if I dropped my kids into the ground for a Hollywood blockbuster. Or any reason for that matter, come to think of it. But all Hollywood, Oprah Winfrey, by the way, she had a kid when she was 12 who died at birth. And that's very popular for Satanists to eat the kid as he pops out, the tastiest treat going, apparently. When they talk about red wine and the sweet taste of wine, they're really talking about blood in the songs. But regardless, Oprah Winfrey, she had a kid who disappeared at the age of 12. They say died for, childbirth, whatever.
Why? Why me? Let's play magnets. Seriously. I mean, I don't understand where that was going. I feel like the calls, like, they start one way and then they just go off and, like, they're, like, start circling the drain, like, immediately. And it's like, and they're just like, whoosh, down the shithole. Just down the shithole. I don't know what any of that was about. Yay, magnets. Next up, a concaver. Man. So, you know, like, for a little while, you know, I'm just like, this is like you're just watching it happen. It's almost like, you know, like the train wreck thing. And then you're just like, yeah, okay, I'm bored. That's what I need, right? I need a toilet flush a sound effect. Let's see. Right? Like, whenever somebody calls and starts doing that, and then, like, you know, hey, blah, 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 weird sex talk and, random shit. Yeah. Bullshit, bullshit, bullshit. Uh-huh. That was fun. Man, I wish Bigfoot would call. I want to talk to Bigfoot. I remember that guy's called in a few times. He called and then what was he saying? That hell is up and heaven is down. Like, that was part of the inversion. Like, I don't think that these are like physical places that you can go to. I think like that whole like heaven and is up and hell is down, like that. I don't even think hell is a place that even exists. So, and I don't understand, you know, why, if you were someplace good, you would choose to go to hell and get beat up. Like, what was that? What was that, dude? What are you people talking about? I'm not triggered over just the word sex, Brian, but I'm gonna tell you what. I don't appreciate you talking about having threesomes with me and Rose on some weird channel. It's never gonna happen. Like, never. And I don't know what sort of weird obsession you have going in your brain. And I feel like it's some sort of weird, like, deviancy, too, where you call my show and you get on and you start talking about stuff that actually is okay, that I, like, I'm like, that's not my favorite, but I'll talk about it. We'll have the discussion. And then you start like, it's like you take this weird left turn to where you're like, yeah, I got Karen on the phone now. So now I'm going to tell Karen about all my fucking weird, fucked up sexual fantasies. Because you know what? Karen wants to hear about how I think about this. And I don't want to fucking hear about that shit, dude. I really don't. Look, I'm all about like helping people and stuff. And I think that's great. But I am not your fucking psychologist. I am not your sexual therapist. I don't want to hear about your sexual deviancies. I seriously, I fucking don't. No offense, but I don't. What did he say? I mean, seriously, dude. I'm over it. You know, like I'd seriously rather talk about mountains being melted brick buildings than weird sexual shit or thoughts. I mean, I just don't. Exactly. Like, I don't... If I wanted to have, like, adult sex talk, I would title my stream, "Hey, let's talk about sexuality, human sexuality." You know, like, I just don't. I don't want to talk about it. That's not what interests me. It's just whatever. Weirdo stuff. Like, I don't want to be your psychoanalyst. I'm not your psychoanalyst. I just don't have the capacity to deal with that. I mean, thank you, Ted. Interdimensional Cat says the amount of FE men bitching about their lack of sex is off the charts. I don't want to hear it, bro. Seriously. Maybe work on yourself. Maybe, you know, spend that energy trying to, you know, do some inner work. Get a hobby. Start building yourself up. Because if you do want to have a healthy relationship, you have to make yourself ready for that relationship, okay? Here's my 2 cents. You have to make yourself ready. You have to build yourself up. You can't just sit around and go, "Oh, I need this, I need that, I need a woman to fuck me so that I can feel right about myself," blah, 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 whatever you think. Like, that's stupid. That is not going to fulfill your life. You need to build yourself up. Start working on yourself. Be a good person. What kind of life do you want to live? Start working towards that life. And then when you start living that way and exuding that energy, or start working toward what you want to work for without focusing on your fucking penis, you know, then you can attract a good mate, right? If you build yourself up and you work on yourself and make yourself that person, then you will attract the woman that you want, a complementary woman to you, someone who wants to have the same life that you want, who has the same values, you know, whatever it is, however it is you want to live your life, there's going to be a female counterpart to that. But you can't just like be a fucking weirdo and go around and hang out on these crazy fucking live streams with a bunch of other dudes bitching about how you don't get laid enough and like hating on women and, you know, just all that fucking stupid shit. What a fucking, like, non-productive, like, waste of fucking time, dude. If you really want that, if that's what you want, then you need to start walking that walk. You know what I'm saying? Like, be that man. Be that man that woman wants to be with. And stop calling, you know, my show or whatever and talking about your weird sexual frustrations. Fucking do something productive with yourself, dude. I mean, seriously. I don't even want to hear about Ted and Karen and they are a couple, right? Like, I don't care what you guys are doing. I don't want to hear about any of you and your weird sex stuff. I don't give a shit what y'all are doing. You know? But that's all I would say about that, is stop, like, just going around and complaining about stuff, and like, you're just perpetuating that. You're focusing on the negative. You're focusing on it, you're talking about it, you're giving it verbal energy, you're giving it more life. Stop doing that and just do something productive. Start working towards a home or whatever you want to do. I don't know what you do, but you need to do something productive with yourself because this ain't it. Ay, boy. Keep it in your pants. It is hard to find an open-minded partner. I agree. I know it's difficult for some people, but you know, if you just, you know, you have to start walking that walk. Like, that's a real thing. You have to embody it. How many sock accounts do you have? A feminazi. I'm not even a feminist. I don't even consider myself a feminist. And I love guys. I love my guy friends. I love my dudes. Like, you know, I don't have any problem with men. Just have a problem with degenerates. Got 3 kids. Yeah. You know what? For real. Listen. I will do at my event this year, if you guys are single, come to the event, man. It really is the best place to meet people because I get it. I get it that flat earthers are they're spread out everywhere. It's really difficult to meet other like-minded people because we're so spread out and because of the way that things have gone in this world. But if you can make it, if you can afford it, come to the event. I feel like, you know, or even any meetup that you can make it to. It doesn't even have to be my event. Any meetup that you can go to and just start meeting like-minded people. If there aren't any events going on that you know of in your area, organize one. Be the one to start it and send me an email, send Mark Sargent an email, send it to me, KarenBFE at protonmail.com, and also Mark Sargent, msargent23 at comcast.net, I think is his email. And Mark will make a promo for you. I'll put your event, your meetup listed on the website at flatearthfestivals.com here under the Flat Earth Friendly Meetups section. See, I've got them here, all kinds of them. Okay, we've got monthly meetups, meetups in May. There's meetups coming in June. All you have to do is you have to pick a place, pick a time, and then that's it. Set it up and just put it out like maybe like a month ahead of time, especially if there's not been any sort of meetup established in your area. I would say do it like a month ahead of time and then put out the email, send out the emails, right, to myself and Mark. And then, you know, we mention these meetups every time we do shows. Every Tuesday night, whenever we do Strange World, the very beginning, we announce these meetups that people are putting on all across the country that, you know, that you can go to and meet other people in your area. And, you know, and if there, like I said, if there isn't one going on in your area, you got to start one, man. It's got to start somewhere. And we'll help you promote it. We'll help you find the other flat earthers in your area. I know for a fact there's other flat earthers in Alabama. I know there are. You just have to put that call out. You just have to set it up. Like, let's see right now. In fact, let's pull up the FE Clock app right now and take a look. So I'll even go, let's see, Birmingham, Alabama. Oof. taking that long to load? Takes a while. You know, the clock app is at 101,000 people. Is not loading. Let me try it again. It doesn't want to show me anybody outside of my circle. Why not? David, why doesn't it want to show me anybody outside of my circle? Oh, here we go. All right, there we go. You see how it says Alabama? Alabama. Look at all them dots. I'm not sure where in Alabama you live, but there's a lot of flat earthers there. So, you know, my suggestion is to be that one, to be the first one to go ahead and jump in there and start setting one up. And, you know, if you do it more often, if you do it like once a month, the word will get out and people will be like, oh man, I didn't know that was going on. And it'll start to build. That's like what Minnesota did. What's her name? Jenny Spark, right? Shaking hands with strangers out there in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Like now they have a monthly meetup where they get like 10 to 20 people there all the time. So it could be done. And you just have to just dive right in, man. Dive right in there and get in it. Get in it, man. You know what I'm saying? First weekish of June. Charlotte meetup coming soon. And I know Spicy Sarah and everybody, we wanted to do another meetup at the Drayton Mills place that we had a meetup before. So we'll probably do another meetup in South Carolina as well. That was in Spartanburg. So we'll be having that going on, I'm sure, soon. Hey, Fazook Films. Hello, Fazooks. Good to see you. That reminds me, actually, I wanted to talk about your premiere. Let me see if I can, let me bring it up. For my local people. Where's that link? Where's the website link? Here we go. I found it. I think. Didn't I? Oh, here we go. Fazookfilms.movie. I'll figure it out. Here we go. Okay, so if you're local, the Fazooks who've made a feature film about Flat Earth. Mark Sargent's in the movie. David Weiss is in the movie. And I think probably, who else did you put in there? Was it probably the Flat Earth Brothers or Founded Earth Brothers. They used to be the Flat Earth Brothers, but now they're the Founded Earth Brothers. I think they were in there. Anyway, so what is it? Monday, July 31st. Where's my chat so I can see? Yeah. Monday, July 31st at 5:30 p.m. in Brevard, which is near Asheville. They're going to have the premiere for their movie at a place called Coed Cinema. So if you're local, you could get tickets, and you guys should go hang out and go watch the movie. Watch the premiere of the movie. I'm going to go. I'll be there. Ted should be with me. It should be fun. But I haven't gone to one of these movie premieres, so that'll be cool. I'm kind of looking forward to it. I think it'll be fun. So let me put this link right here, and if anybody wants to go, I just need to find my chat window. Where did my chat window go? Chat. This one. Oh, there it is. Oh, we love Asheville, Karen. Coeur d'Alene, Idaho meetup. There might be one. Mark Sargent has more meetups than I do. People email Mark more than they email me. So let's see. Let's see what Mark's got on his YouTube channel as far as meetups go. Washington, June 11th. Flat Earth Meetup, June 24th in Southern California. Bournemouth, May 30th. Do you have a playlist, Mark? I wonder if he keeps his playlist, the meetups playlists. Is there a meetups playlist? No? No? You should make a playlist for that. And then, you know, you can find them easier when you need to delete them. So, what were you looking for? Founded Earth Brothers, Jay Tolan, Dr. Gang, and Shelley Lewis. Fascinating. Lord Reeser. How much are the FE Festival tickets for Vegas? Well, they're going to be more than they were last year. That's for sure. The tickets are going to cost more than they have costed at the Greenville event, because this event is costing me a lot more money. And that's just the way it is. Sorry, not sorry. I did manage to find a venue to where I could keep the cost somewhat under control, but the tickets are going to be over $200 when they reach full price. However, when I do the pre-sale for the tickets, there'll be a substantial discount. So if you want to get a cheaper ticket, you better buy it early. But they're definitely going to be more than the last year's tickets. But it's a remote venue. It's Vegas. I'm going to be bringing people in from Europe this time. My costs are going to be exponentially more this year. So just keep that in mind. But it's going to be worth it. I guarantee you it'll at least be worth it. You'll have the time of your life. You'll meet a lot of wonderful Flat Earth people, possibly some people that you otherwise might not ever get the chance to meet. So, you know, it's an experience. It's an experience. And you're going to love it. Yeah, download the Flat Earth Sun Moon Zodiac Clock app. Use code Karen B. Use code Karen B. Yeah, okay, so like I said, you guys, I've been having Vega, yeah. I've been having a lot of difficulties getting my website up and running, and the whole system where you do the tickets, because it is very involved, because it has to issue you guys a QR code and send you a PDF ticket, and like the whole system that I've been using to do the tickets, I have to update it. And I'm having to have my web person work on it, and hopefully that will be resolved in the next day or two, and then I can start selling tickets. I am way behind on stuff this year, and it's crazy because, you know, organizing a remote event that is not an hour away from my house is like way more daunting than past events, and I've got less time to do it in. So pray for me, y'all. Send me that good energy. And I'll make it happen. I promise you, I will do everything in my power to make it happen and make it the best event. I always try to make it better than the last year. Flat Earth escorts. No, but you know what? Do you know how many Playboy models are flat earthers? I've heard that there's a lot of Playboy models who are flat earthers. And Vegas is next to LA. So I'm just saying, all you hungry men out there, this might be the event for you. This might be the event for you. Bring in the wife, yeah. Yeah, and remember, you know, the event will be going on. So even if you're not a big Vegas fan, the event will be there and it will be fun. You will have a blast because you'll just be hanging out with a bunch of flat earthers and meeting people and having like some of the best conversations you ever had. All of these names that you see on the screen, you'll get to put a face to those names, and you'll get to meet these people and give them hugs and exchange information. And I'm telling you, everybody, you know, not everybody, but most of the people who come to my events end up making, you know, really good friends, meeting lifelong friends. And that's what it's all about, having lifelong friends who have similar worldviews as you, who you can bounce ideas off of, you know, to discuss things with, vent about crazy things in the world too without looking crazy. You know, this is where you start building those relationships. It's the best. So don't worry about it. If enough of y'all bring children, Zach and I will drive over 30 hours to get our equipment there. If not, we can mingle and actually get to see other presenters up to the crowd. Oh yeah, for the how the world works. Yeah, see, that's one thing I wonder about if there's going to be a lot of children there, because typically in my events, I even tell people, you know, you bring your children for free because I like them to be child friendly, but it is Las Vegas, and I do understand if people don't want to bring their children to hang out in Vegas. But I'm not against it. I'm not going to tell you you can't bring them. You know what I'm saying? But I also get that it is Vegas and it's not like the best family vacation spot. However, you know, I know the sick karaoke spot for Vegas. That's right. I don't know how to I have to think about that. Hoover Dam, right? Yeah, there's a lot of stuff to do. It'll be fun. You guys, it'll be fun. Don't worry. I just don't like the adults that much to do the drive. I hear ya. All right. Oh, wow, it's 1:30. All right, I'm going to go. I'm going to wrap it up. Brian O'Shea's on the call again, but yeah, I'm not picking that up. I'm not doing that. I'm over it. So anyway, I thank you all for joining me for Coffee Talk. As weird and quirky and off the wall as this show is, it is not a conventional show. I do appreciate you all spending your Monday mornings with me here. I do appreciate the different ideas and the different views. I'm sorry I got upset about the quartz and the sap thing, and I took away somebody's wrench. But you know what? I guess sorry, not sorry. You know? You can't just say stuff like it's true if you have no fucking proof for it. And, you know, and I feel like if you're on my channel, then like that's like you're like speaking on my behalf. If you're a moderator and you're telling people to go see for yourself how sap is quartz. Sap isn't fucking quartz. It's just not. It's not even the same material. So, you know, maybe I'm very opinionated in that way, but to me, you know, truth matters. These things matter. What it matters how reality works. Okay? These things matter for sure. And I think Mark sent me something in Skype. It says, "Hi Mark, hope you are well." I guess somebody emailed him during the show. "I apologize for dumping this task on you, but I'm literally standing in a field and I wanted to send these pics to Karen. I don't know her email, blah, blah, blah. Karen is talking about the trees and crystals, etc. while working in the field. So I was walking recently and I found a tree with a concrete inclusion. Concrete, rocks, crystals, etc. can be enveloped by growing trees. If you could pass these pics on to Karen B, thank you." Okay, so here's the picture of a chunk of concrete being picked up by a tree and embedded in the growing tree, right? So like, now, I know I said that I don't believe that these places, that these giant mountains are trees, but if they were a tree, the quartz is still not sap. Even if they are trees, even if those are giant petrified trees, quartz is not sap. And, you know, and trees do grow very slow and they pick things up. And weird things happen. They even grow into each other. Limbs grow into other limbs. Like, I can walk through my woods and find all kind of freaky stuff with the trees and how they grow. So I don't like that. I don't like when people try to say stuff, talk about things as fact when they have no proof for it. And when it just doesn't make any sense in the real world. That's just my opinion. Thank you for the tip, Rocky Shepherd. Video summit coming soon on the Moonwave. Did you record a Moonwave, FE Nation? That would be cool. Yeah. I will change my username to... Exactly. Sap is more like glass than a crystal. Could have been poured in to stop tree from dying? No. Awesome, Yvette. I don't know where you're coming from, but that's awesome. And good for you for not ever taking the jab. And yes, America is open again. Once again, open travel. So we're taking advantage of it this year. Also, thanks to Sufi Bear for the $5 tip on Rumble. I didn't even know I could be tipped on Rumble, so that's pretty cool. Thank you. Yeah. Cheers, y'all. And I hope you all have a wonderful day. Thank you for being with me. I don't even know what to say anymore. Flattoberfest, October 21st and 22nd of 2023, you guys. Just keep your eyes peeled. I'm telling you, as soon as I get everything going and I can start selling tickets, I will put it on blast. but I really need my system to be working correctly. Otherwise, it'll just be a huge nightmare trying to unscrew everything after the fact. So, like I said, there will still be early bird sales. I'm going to do it all the same way I'd done it before, just on a much shorter, condensed time frame. All right. And, you know, so far we've got Mark Sargent coming. We've got Mark Devlin from the UK has agreed to come. We've also got Jaren from Jarenism. And I'm working on some others. Chief Crow and the Flat Earthworms. I'm pretty sure Chief Crow will be there as well. So it's going to be fun. It's going to be fun. And more will be announced as we get them finalized. And of course, like I said, I am way, way, way behind. So, you know, don't expect too much information anytime real soon. But it'll happen. It'll happen. It's going to be like, it's going to come up like super fast before we even know it. All right, guys. Thank you. See you tomorrow for Strange World with Mark Sargent at 10 p.m. Eastern. Peace out. And for those who wish to send me stuff through snail mail, you can send it to P.O. Box 10, Earl, North Carolina, 28038. There are also links below for Flat Earth merch, and you can send me donations. And I do appreciate all the support. Sincerely, thank you very much. Also, please go to flatearthfestivals.com for all information about upcoming Flattoberfests and Flat Earth-friendly local meetups. If you are organizing a local Flat Earth meetup, email me at flatearthfestivals@protonmail.com with your meetup information to have it listed on the website for free. For everything else, you can email me at karenbfe@protonmail.com. Thank you for being here.